Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Checking audio, test 1, 2, 3, check, check. Good deal there. We may start with the laser engraver. And I need to look for one of my little microphones because I messed up last time. Looks like. And I did not put it back. Yeah, that's literally the video I'm recording right now. So I'm gonna look at my own VOD from last time. I know I left kind of in a rush. See, can we skip? Good. Okay. Well, I know the sweater I was wearing. So we're going to get started in a minute here. I think we'll start with laser stuff while my wireless mic charges. And I will be back with you shortly. Well, good news, I found my mic. It's on that same sweater. So yeah, these things are easy to forget. All right, let's save that as position 1. And then we'll just have it pan over. Zoom out. And we're gonna start setting up for the laser engraver. So I'm gonna try to get my ventilation installed here. And then we'll turn on the big boy right over there. So we'll see how that goes. We do have our ventilation in now. Turn it on. Nice low setting. Got that. Some materials that I want to play with. And some stuff in my way. May set up Droid Cam on something. Try to decide what I want to do for that exactly, because see, this is our Bluetooth. We can take that out. I don't yet trust pointing any of the nice cameras at the laser engraver. So I'm trying to avoid that as best I can. So we're gonna get our Logitech. We're gonna reset the transform for now. So that's a little view of the laser engraver. Vent. Just turn up slightly. And you can probably, you might be able to hear that just a touch from the music. Eventually we'll get back on the wireless mics, and they do have a noise canceling function, but I do have an update about the wireless mics. If I can figure out how I want to do this. Something like so for now. The Hollyland Lark M2S mics, which is a phone receiver, 2 small transmitters, and then a receiver to 3.5 mil out for like your camera. They look like this. The little microphone side points out. I'm getting a replacement. A new model has come out from a different brand. It's the SmallRig S70. Those should be here fairly soon, actually. They are more feature rich, and they're supposed to have a stronger signal. And they're cheaper. So they seem to be an evolution of the concept of those, and it's from a brand that I'm more acquainted with, more familiar with. Yeah, kind of more of a name brand, though Hollyland has really done a good job with a lot of their products. I've been pretty impressed. So those will be coming, and should that be the ticket, I will no longer need some of these other microphones, so I may be figuring out a giveaway or something of that nature. So for now, while we're kind of waiting for some people to trickle in, I think we'll go ahead and play with the laser. I've been messing around on an earlier stream with aluminum tin can material. Aluminum can material. I keep calling it a tin can because this laser can affect it. It is a UV laser, which is that wavelength is absorbed by pretty much any material. So I've been using it on black cardstock with really good results, honestly. This is kind of a landscape image that's quite high resolution. But now we're going to be trying to use this laser in a little bit of a different way, where I want to cut the metal. So this laser, it's not meant to cut, but we're basically going to be just doing multiple deep engraving passes and seeing if we can get through this thickness. And I do think it makes sense to measure the thickness. I don't have a thickness meter. That might actually be something worth getting, along with a paint thickness measurement tool, because I want to try to do some multicolor engraving where you would cut through layers of paint and you would reveal a different or contrasting color or shade, something like that. And to do that, you would probably need a thickness meter. So this is coming at 0.11 millimeters, so 1/10 of a millimeter. I can convert that. That is I don't know if this is thousandths, 45 thousandths of an inch, but that would be the wrong decimal place. All I see is 0.0045. But I don't know exactly, well, 0.35 if I really squeeze. Same with, maybe we'll go in just the end there. Yeah, we'll call it 0.1. Something I also need to make, actually, and maybe we end up doing this if I'm enjoying my laser time, are some conversion charts. I'd like to have a Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion, like a fractions of an inch or thousandths of an inch to millimeter. So we'd have like temperature, we'd have measurement. I don't know if volume, like fluid ounces to liters or milliliters, something like that would make sense. But I think it'd be cool to design charts and then laser engrave them and then be able to post them up for kind of quick reference. It kind of sounds like fun. Another way of doing that, or another project I've thought of, would be like game related things. So I play a fair bit of Minecraft. I'm on a couple servers at the moment, and I always reference ore charts. So different layers in the substrate of the world have different chances for certain ores. So, and that changes a lot. So I considered maybe running my own chart. It would probably end up with the same results as somebody else's, but to have my own data. So the way I think that would work is we'd have to get world edit or some kind of way of selecting layers and then isolating down to certain block types. And then we could just go layer by layer or sections by sections and calculate, okay, this range has the most of this material. So get my own data and then be able to put that in a chart. And we'd make, I don't know, Lightburn has a lot of cool functions. It is a design tool as much as it is a tool for showing what the laser is doing. It's as much a laser operating tool as it is design software, which is why it's so valuable to me. So it'd be cool to kind of make that chart. I don't think I have any examples right now of, actually I do. I have a physical example. Let me grab it. So this is my broken glass box. And I'll just turn off the laser cam for now. So this is like failed projects or things that have shattered. This was a trying to remember the name, the Orton tile method. So guy by the name of Orton came across this. If you spray paint that contains titanium dioxide, so white spray paint, onto a tile, and then have a very, very high heat and a very pinpoint spot, you will create a reaction between the glazing, like the glass, and the dioxide, and it creates a permanent dark marking. This was a little bit too light of a pass. This was one of the original tests, or original trials. But yeah, there's all kinds of neat methods with lasers. Some work by heat, and some work by chemical deposition. It's a slightly different process that I have not fully researched yet. I do want to grasp that better, but I have found ways of understanding it for myself at the present time. But so this was another project that obviously has broken, but this is what I had designed these in Lightburn, all the patterns and the lettering. This is a glass whiteboard. So a normal whiteboard, the front surface, it has a white pigment and then some kind of slippery film. You can like wax a surface. You can actually wax a whiteboard to restore its erasability. Like eventually they get too many scratches and they become more porous, so you can actually wax and polish a whiteboard. But I thought with this, if you use glass will, it's so much harder than like a plastic or a wax, it'll probably last a super long time. Hi Bong Scoppy, welcome in. So yeah, I designed this all in Lightburn, and it's glass that has had layers of paint applied on the back and then selectively removed. So I first applied a layer of white paint until it was opaque, and then used the laser to burn that away back to the glass without affecting the glass, which is kind of a delicate balance. And then I washed away the remnants and then sprayed black over everything. And that's how you got the lettering on the back. And because it's glass on the front, you are able to dry erase. So we have, so my buddy had his score up there, and you can just erase it like normal. Unfortunately, the frame that I made for this was too flexible, so you could flex the glass. It ended up shattering, breaking in a couple spots and then shattering. So, but yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff in this software, and I think today we're really just going to be maybe messing with images, or mostly trying to templatize something. We're going to try to cut out some numbers to make a stencil. So that is the initial plan. I'm doing good, Bon. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. How is your Saturday evening? I think would be Saturday evening. That's another thing I need. A conversion chart for, well, why don't we do that? Because I like to work based on my friends in chat sometimes. So if it's like camera stuff, we'll segue to camera things. If it's game things, but we have a friend from South Africa, and I'm always trying to figure out what time it is there. And I could Google it every time. I could set up a world clock on my phone, but I like to make things difficult for myself. So why don't we throw on them goggles? And because of that, we're gonna need more light. So let's point a spotlight at the work area, and we will dial this puppy up, focus it. There we go. Okay. And then I think this calls for some rearranging. So we're gonna throw this cam maybe full screen, but then we'll segment this back. Let's do some on the fly changes here. Currently 6:57. So I guessed correctly. But we can't always guess, can we? So this, I look cool. I think that's official. We're good there. You always need to look cool when you're messing with tools. So we're doing good. We're doing good. Let me release the safety on this. And the laser is winding up. You'll hear a lot of noise in the background. We have some fans and things, so that is the downside of industrial tools. They're loud. This is not a little bitty consumer laser like my first one. So it's got a whole row of noisy fans, but I'll do my best. Eventually, like I said, we'll get on the wireless mics when they show some promising charge, and we will. They have a noise canceling function that works somewhat well. So we're gonna get into this. The vent, unfortunately, is pulling a lot of cool. It's drafting a lot of cool air into this room, and it's actually cold today. Go figure. It's been so warm lately. So we're gonna get started with this. So for me, why don't I also? I'll make a screen cap of the software. And why don't we call this just Acer screen? And then that way you guys can actually see the design process, because we are going to be bouncing between everything. So I'll go trying to think what's going to make the most sense here. You guys are going to have lower resolution than I can see. So I'll go full screen. And I'll drop the layer and just see what happens. So that doesn't make sense. And then that's just going to disappear below that. So we'll keep this up here and maybe we just toggle it. I would love to have like a little mini cam of me, but that kind of unfortunately gets a little bit complicated. So I may just scene switch here and make this work. But yeah, this is the software. So this is Lightburn. It is paid software. It runs lasers. So it sends the commands for the laser for varying types of laser control, whether that be Gerbil, Galvo, like this one is, and then other communication standards. So it has good support for lasers, but it's also design software at the same time. So let me add in a couple things here. So let's say there's UK, South Africa, Australia, and I'm trying to think if there's... I know the US pretty well off the top of my head. Like I know the East Coast is going to be maybe 2 hours ahead of me. West will be up to 2 hours behind. Or vice versa. Yeah. No, that's correct. But it's these like multi-hour conversions that usually get me stumbled up a little bit. Like UK is pretty easy. It's about 6 hours. So why don't I... So we've got this lined out. We know the three we're going to grab. And we'll compare it to... Why don't we compare it to my time? So I'll just... Let's get back into our layer. And we'll add this. So all we're doing right now is laying out what we want, what we're going to look for, and then up here in a separate window, I will just look for I'll look for Melbourne, Australia's time. I have a friend over there. So it's 4 a.m. So I guess the cool way to do this would be by cities. So what I'll do is, I know the approximate times. I'll just assign cities if I don't know cities specifically. So let's say UK we know will be +6. So I'll swap to text here. We'll look at South Africa in a second. But Australia is going to be 4 a.m. So we'll just call it 04. Actually, GMT +11. So let's say +11. UK, I think, would be... Let's see how the GMT conversion works. So they are, the OG time. So, okay, equals GMT 0, I guess. And then my time... Central US. So my time is -6 GMT. So we live in the past. We'll go back to Melbourne, Australia, because they are +11, so I want to mark, that, and then I will look at South Africa. They are GMT +2, so it's an 8-hour difference between me and them, it looks like. Okay, all I know is that Cali is 10 hours behind, the UK is 2 hours behind. Would be an hour less if distance wasn't a thing. Yes, that appears to be correct for me, because I'm 2 hours ahead of California and 8 hours behind you. So then that math out correct. Excellent. So yeah, we could maybe do... I could look up a world map, and if I can search for line drawn, maybe. That way it's just outlines. And we could snag an image here. So I'll just copy image, and then back in our software over here. So turn the screen on. I've been updating this. So UK is Greenwich Mean Time of 0 because they the OG. They invented time. South Africa is going to be approximately +8 for the time zone I care about. Australia, Melbourne, Australia is going to be +11, and then I'm going to be -6. So I could basically find a chart that just shows, every region and everything. But what I like about tools like this is I can customize something for myself, have a high quality product, and it's my own thing. So I'm basically going to make a world clock adjuster, in a sense, but it's for me and the places that I care about or the people that I interact with, so I can keep my head wrapped around all these weird time zones. So we've snagged an image from Google, and we will simply oops, paste the link, apparently. We don't need that. Let's get out of this mode, select that, and paste into the background. There we go. Okay, so what we've done is pretty simple. We snagged a line drawn image from Le Google. Let me hide this for the moment. Hide the output and everything. So this is all we need. This is very low resolution because we snagged just a crappy little JPEG from not even like the high res version on Google. This is actually an Adobe stock image, ironically. And because I'm making something for myself, I'm not selling it. So there's absolutely no copyright infringements here. I'm just making things at this point. We're experimenting. So what I can do in this software that is incredible, and it's not unique to just this software, but it's a function that is essential, is I can right click and I can click trace image. And this is the powerhouse of this software. So what this does is it applies thresholds. So I can select cutoffs for color ranges and then thresholds like ranges of colors. And it tries to trace a line around contrasting objects. So I have a squiggly line here, but it's very blocky because I have like a 240-bit picture, or like a few thousand pixels to work with. So what this is going to do is it's going to create a basically an infinitely, let me see if I can, I can fade the image there, an infinitely precise line. So we're basically applying infinite resolution to something that had very, very low resolution because we're just approximating around these shapes. And you can go through and see if your threshold is catching everything you want. So right here, I'm assuming this is a little island. Where are we? We're north of Europe, a little bit west of Russia. Hopefully. My geography's not the best. But we're not capturing like this tiny faint dot, which may or may not represent something accurately. We're missing some islands up off Alaska, hopefully not Kodiak Island, but and then some islands in like the Caribbean, north of Brazil. So we're missing a couple, and that's not necessarily the biggest deal to me, given what we're doing, but we can include it. So if we dial up threshold, we eventually reach a point where it does include that. And we're also changing the shape of our line. So it's starting to include more of the faded out areas. So I'm going to go through and look roughly at what we've got. And I think this is going to work out pretty well for us. So the word I was looking for earlier is vector. South Africa only has one time zone. Don't ask me about the other parts of Africa. Okay, so that makes sense. The width of it is not enough to span too much space to where you need a lot of different time zones. So that makes a lot of sense. Vectors, as Bongskopi knows, being a digital artist, vectors have infinite resolution to them. They are it's not like applying a paintbrush in MS Paint onto a low resolution canvas and you're drawing little squares. You're actually guiding lines, and these lines can be moved and shaped, and they're like infinitely precise in a sense. Like you could zoom in on it beyond reasonability, and you will be able to always see resolution. So we can very quickly take something that's low resolution and make it very high resolution is the end point of all this. So what does that do as I try to figure out what the heck to do with this software? Well, we have pulled very, very precise lines from that low resolution image, and now I have to figure out what we're going to do exactly with our image. So I'm going to toggle output off so we don't send that information to the laser, and that is just our original layer that we scanned from, but I'm going to keep it around. Why not? Now we've messed up something because we've mixed a text layer with our traced image. It probably would have made sense to make a separate layer for text, dedicate that as a text layer, but in this case, this is what we've got. So let me hop back over there so I can keep an eye on that stuff, call out ads and whatnot. Let me grab my tea. I was planning to get on something else. I was planning to start with something else earlier, so glad we've got this for now. And I'll actually show you this laser over here and explain something briefly. If I can find my mouse. Where is it? There we go. So I have a little bit of self-illuminating acrylic. And you can see this, the brighter dot there is the actual laser. And that's why I have the goggles on. The laser can damage organic materials like your eyeballs. And if the laser is on, there is a chance that, like if the, how do I say that? If the machine is on, there's a chance that it's emitting laser light. And I do have a little cover for it, but I don't want to rely on that. I always want to have my PPE on so that I cannot suffer any eye damage. So yeah, bare minimum, if I hear the laser machine is on, glasses stay on. And it's kind of ironic. Is it ironic? I don't know. Depending on where you get these lasers from, depends on your face shape and how well the laser glasses that come with it fit. This is an Asian company, ComMarker, that offers, a very good product for a reasonable price. Shipping might take a little bit of time if it's not something that's stocked in the US, but the glasses don't fit my face as well. So sometimes you have to pay attention to that and keep an eye on what gaps you have around your laser glasses so that you're fully protected. Oh, this shit's so relaxing to watch. Hell yeah. That's honestly probably going to be the vibe I'll be rolling with. Charlotte, welcome in, by the way. Because that's what everybody keeps telling me. They're like, you're just like a Bob Ross of whatever the hell you're doing. Something like that. And then I play Fortnite. I'm just like cussing every 3 seconds. So there's a little bit of change though. But welcome in. Thanks for dropping by. We're trying to make a world time conversion chart for myself. We're going to use a laser engraver to do it. And it's just an off the cuff thing. Because Bong Scoppy in chat is somebody who I have to constantly convert time zones for mentally for myself so that I can complain to them about how late they've stayed up. Okay, so even Fortnite is relaxing. Okay, that's great. I'll have to lean into that more. That's kind of funny. I won't lean into it being like actual Bob Ross for other reasons, but the idea is good, which is ironic given his history, and I'm not sharing any of that history. But so yeah, what we have back over here in Lightburn is a couple layers that I've accidentally mixed up. So I need to sort this out, and I wonder if I select text, select all that. So we've done a weird thing here. In his defense, Fortnite is sweaty. The cussing makes sense. Yeah, I could be super chill and not try very hard. But I would have to put on a bit of a character to not get upset. So I've messed up. I have a text layer somehow embedded with this image. Because when I toggle it off, everything toggles off, which is frustrating. You do have an interesting selection tool here. So the selector, which is just this box, or you can click on things. If I drag down to the right, it only selects things that are fully inside of the box. So I can't actually select like UK because it's part of a larger text element, unless, I believe, I drag from the left, and whatever piece you land on, it will select all of. So that is absolutely essential in this case, because with a standard selector, trying to select all of something like this, it's going to be a little bit harder to, define where that is. But if I select down to the left, I can pick just the image layer here, or just the text layer. So I've snagged my text, and I'm just going to send that to layer 1 and hide it. So now we have just our image here, and all this is to the software is lines, and then I can assign different functions to it. So I can either have the line mode selected, and the laser will literally trace, I'll get my camera right here, literally trace the lines. It'll draw, each little island, everything like that. I have another mode that you can do, which is fill. And fill means, okay, inside of the shape, I want this all to be filled. So the laser will scan across. And that's how you would do, how images are typically done, but that's a different mode entirely, or at least it can be. So I'm gonna play with the laser, and I use a black cardstock. This is from Astro, I believe is the brand, and it's just their black cardstock, and it's relatively cheap, high quality, very consistent, like thickness and quality to the paper. So like your same settings will be consistent, as long as the laser output doesn't change, focus, things like that, it'll be consistent throughout. I'm gonna try to turn my fan down. It's actually starting to get really cold in here. Which is, I'm going to be begging for that in the spring, because I don't know what I'm going to do in the spring in this room. It's going to be absolutely too hot. And I don't want to bring in a portable air conditioner if I don't have to, because I don't want to own one of those. They're necessary and hideous and terrible. So what we'll do is get our little camera figured out here, which is unfortunately in a weird spot and on a very short cable. But YOLO, because we make, as Bong says, we move. Okay, so this little red light there now is a focusing light. So there's actually two lasers above, and they're pointed to converge, and when they form one laser, I've calibrated it to match this, the material should be in focus. And I do have a nice, you can hear that, motorized gantry up and down. We'll call it gantry. So I've got this large image. This laser does up to 150 millimeters across, which is what we have set up currently. So I'm actually going to make this smaller, and I've selected the wrong dang thing. Let's select layer, this one. Okay, and we're going to make this a little bit smaller. Let me pop you guys back onto the screen here. So I'm just going to make this smaller, and then we'll put this viewing glass, we'll call it, down there, and I'm going to hit Frame. And Frame is doing some weird things right now. But if I swap camera again, you guys can't see that because I did the wrong thing. Yeah, I was in the right thing. Okay. Frame is attempting to trace. Oh, that is very dim for you guys. Let me see if I can snag some manual control of this camera. That's probably the one downside of what I've got here. So we'll... Don't know if is there an exposure? There is. I'm going to turn off auto, and we're going to dial it under. There we go. And we'll rock with this for a little while. So now you guys can see that little dancing pattern is just what you're able to pick up from the laser very rapidly tracing out. Basically, it's tracing boxes around each element is kind of what's happening. I can change the mode that it does. Ideally, it would just frame. Can I tell it image bounds? Yeah, I'm going to turn off frame individually. There we go. So that's kind of what I was looking for. So now it's rapidly tracing a rectangle. And that is the boundary that the laser is going to hit. You're right. I should hydrate. I have tea. Cheers. Hey. Cheers, Bong. Thank you. You didn't deserve such a sassy sigh there. I'm sorry. Okay. So we've got the laser tracing its bounds. I can only see that with the sight glass because it's in a spectrum that my eyes can't see, but it converts to visible light in the self-illuminating acrylic. So we have another thing to look at real quick before we actually run this. So this has been my little preview box. We know we've scaled it down to where it's going to fit, so I'm just going to close that for now. And I have a couple functions here. So up in my layer settings menu, I have laser control, essentially. I have speed, frequency, Q pulse width, and these affect power and what it does to a material. Typically, you only have speed and power. And power can either be a percentage value or it could be a frequency. But we have enough control on this laser that it gives us a couple additional functions. And as far as I have been able to wrap my mind around this, frequency is how repeated the signal is per second, and Q pulse width is the duration of a pulse cycle in the laser. The way this laser works is I'm not going to say all UV lasers work like this, but as far as I understand for fiber lasers, there are diode emitters, and diodes are just a solid state emitter. It's like they don't excite a gas to release light. It's just almost like a light in a sense, like an LED chip in a sense, but it emits laser radiation. And they have a bunch of these diodes all orchestrated, and they shoot into a fiber. That fiber has a specific material construction to it that stores the light energy. I think they call it like a doped fiber. It has particular, we'll call it mineral additives for lack of me understanding better terms for it. And it helps to build up a pulse and then release it at a much higher energy than you would get from just those diodes by themselves. And apologies for all of the fans going crazy right now as the laser's finally warming up. So there's different laser technologies. I can't say 100% that this one is like fiber or how it emits, but essentially you get a Q pulse width, which is a nanosecond duration of those pulses. And if you shorten the pulse, you're putting more energy into a space of time. So in my mind, shorter pulse widths should have like a deeper punch into a material. Now your frequency is how many times that happens per second. And if you want to spread out those pulses and have like more of a feathered touch to a material, you would increase your frequency to a higher range. And if you wanted to punch through materials deeper, you would slow your frequency. Now your speed is guiding that laser beam. So the laser beam is going to have its pulse intensity and how many oscillations per second. Your speed is going to be how fast you're moving that light beam across something. So there's three variables with this laser. You can get other lasers that I think have more functions, or at least higher ranges, and do some pretty incredible things with them. But for this, as far as I understand it for now, that I think is how it works. It's a little bit more complicated than my diode laser, my straight open gantry, just plotter type one, because that's literally how fast the head moves and how strong the light beam is from it. And you can adjust frequency in different ways on that, but it doesn't have the same ranges or applications here. So whenever I make an image and it works out, sorry, I'm slightly off here. So this guy here is that little landscape scene from earlier. I like to write down my settings, so I kind of know. And I've done a lot of tests. Just initially, when I first got this laser, these pages are all scraps that have different tests on them. And maybe I'll even, why don't we just get rid of the little cam there for a second? Yeah. And we'll restore this guy. There we go. So now we got proper widescreen, proper widescreen. So I have some tests that I did here. These are speed versus intensity or interval. And you can see that we actually have some punch through on some of these settings. So I can actually just look, get an idea of the speed. So that was 300 versus 3000, and we were working with a standard interval at 24. So on paper, we maybe want to be around, certain ranges. Here's when I was doing some image engraving. So you see a lot of little photos of me, images of me from a family photo shoot when I was like 5, and I looked incredibly smug. This has become a meme in our household. I hide little photos of that little shit everywhere. Here's some like flowers that have been engraved. So basically, you can either punch through the material, or you can kind of lightly mark it. And what we want to do is lightly mark it. So I've looked at these settings, which is why I write these things down, and I can dial those in. So back in our Lightburn here, we'll grab, and one of the nice things about Lightburn is you can get a materials library down here, down here, which I will start filling out slowly. And you can borrow material libraries from people as well. You can download stuff and get general settings for your laser. Every laser is slightly different. Your use case will be slightly different. You may be slightly out of focus. You might have a slightly better binned laser that's slightly more powerful, but it can get you in the ballpark. So looking at what I got here, to do this image, I had a speed of 350, which is slow for a laser like this, but it was what was working. And we had a frequency of 40. So that is actually the max that this laser can do. 40,000 hertz per second. And we had a Q pulse of 500, so a little bit longer. And we can also look at, I don't think we need to touch these other settings that I've written down. This is back from November, so things have probably changed a little bit. Power, why does that say 20? Because that doesn't really apply here. So now we have our image here. We can go to our laser function. We can frame once more, and then I'll be able to press start. So let me bring back everything here. And now you guys should actually be able to see something if I can line this back up properly. And we will run this. So I will press start. And it's throwing up an error telling me that I have a layer out of bounds. I don't think that's actually a concern. So let's rock that again. And it keeps throwing up the error. So, and it's actually kind of funny. The error sound, which you can't hear, is extremely similar to the like Ko-Fi donation sound on Twitch. So it throws me for an absolute loop every time there's an error on this laser. I start looking at my activity feed like, what the hell happened? Is Ryan back in chat? So let me see if I can fix this. I'll turn on trace again. We'll just do individual layering. To me, the laser's not tracing anything out of bounds. So I'm actually going to close this, go back into my layers, and just verify I don't have another output layer in here. Okay, I do have another layer. That was the text layer. So I've just toggled that to non-output, and I'm going to run this now. Okay, so you saw a very brief flash, and you probably didn't actually hardly see shit. Cool. Configure video. Now you're way down here. We're going to bring our exposure back up. 1. Stay slightly underexposed, but I don't know. Can you guys see that? Don't think so. I'm gonna try something. Let's save this as position 1 in this cam, and now we're going to see if we can't save a second position. Whoa, okay. We have you guys in ads for the moment. Apologies. Oh, I see. You are garbage. How dare you? Okay. So this might actually work out pretty good. Cool. I'm going to set that as position 2. Well, that's frustrating. It went to position 2. Okay, camera. Come on now. There we go. Position 2 and position 1, please. There we go. Okay. I will wait for you guys to get back out of the ad jail. Some of you may have not be stuck in ad jail. So we're making a like a little global clock converter. So I've picked out a few cities or locations that I tend to be doing kind of time conversions for, and I'm going to make a custom chart for myself that indicates what time it is for certain friends. And I could just use like a global size. I could literally Google one, download it, and put it on some paper. Cool, done. But that's probably going to show like every single time zone, and it'd be handy to convert for the world, but to me, there's just a few that I frequently need to convert. So I'm just going to make one custom for myself. And that's kind of one of the nice things about nice tools is you can make high quality things for yourself. So another 30 seconds for ads here. We've run a trace on this paper with some standard kind of guessing settings, and we've gotten a result that we're going to take a closer look at in a couple seconds when our friends pop back in. Okay, everybody's back out of ad jail. So this is our result over here. Ta-da! Let me zoom in a little bit more. You can kind of see it there. So this is our little traced image from right here. And it's faint, but it's there. Let me run it one more time, and hopefully the little camera does not die. Okay, so you saw it that time, probably in the smoke where the actual laser was affecting the paper. But looking at this, Bang is sleeping, gonna take a nap. Awesome. Catch you later. Thank you for lurking. So this laser is very sharp. You can have a very fine point. So these lines are actually really faint. And they're actually double lines because we traced a thicker line. So I wonder what happens if we change our mode from line to fill. And in our software, I've just toggled up here. So I went from line to fill. But I don't know what it's going to do yet. So I'm going to use this preview. And this preview, when you scroll in, the box tells you what each marking is. So cuts are a solid black line, and moves are red. And I think I have moves toggled off here. So if I turn on show traversal, it's going to show a space where the laser's not on between. But we don't need to see that. We just need to see where the laser's actually applying. Now we can also look at this a different way. We can invert our view. And that is a lot more indicative of what we're doing, because we are applying a white mark because we are removing pigment from black paper. So this is our black paper, and we are affecting it this way. So now we're going to get much thicker lines when we run it in this mode. So I'm going to hit OK. We've basically changed our mode to fill, is all we've done. And then we've looked to see what the heck that's actually going to do for us. So looking back over here, I'm going to slide this paper up to a new spot, and let's risk it for the biscuit. Throw our camera over there, and even a little bit further, please. Thank you. And I'll set this as a new spot, and we'll get a couple different angles here at kind of a low exposure version and a overview as well. I guess the eventual dream is that we would have some proper setup where we'd have a top-down camera and things like that. But I need to kind of establish if a camera is going to get fried or not. So we're pointing all the cheaper cameras at it first. All right, so let's run this again. So same settings. We know the frame is good, so we're just going to run it. And it has a very, very different effect. I'll explain why in a moment here. To me, yeah, you can see it on the lower exposure camera. It's much brighter on the paper. And that's finished. And let's see if I can show you guys kind of what's happened here. Okay, so there's our comparison. The first one up top was a line mode, and that just traced the two boundaries that we had. The bottom was a fill mode, so it was filling between the lines, which is really what we wanted. We wanted thicker lines. And I don't know how close, I can get pretty damn close. What we've done is we've filled between our traced lines with more lines. And it has scanned side to side. And depending on your overlap settings, you can completely overlap just perfectly enough that it becomes a full, in effect, a full beam. And I'm trying to hold a macro lens in front of this lens for you guys. It's going to be hard to see because we're talking tiny here. I've got a weird setup for this. You may need to take my word for it. So the white lines that we just put in, there are tiny, tiny gaps between each line. And that's because the laser line width is, cool camera change, the laser line widths are not thick enough to overlap. So there's actually a tiny gap where they haven't affected between them. And we can close that gap by increasing our line interval density. Right now we're 0.1. The width of the laser, the ultimate width of the laser is supposed to be like 0.009. So like a tenth of what this is. So it kind of makes sense that we'd have a gap. So why don't we dial our interval down? Let's shoot for closer to half of what we just had. And we'll run that again on the back side of this paper. There we go. Swap the view back over. And let's rock with that. What can happen here is you can actually have the laser hitting the same spot twice because the beams overlap, and you can quickly lose track of what you're doing when you're dialing in settings, and you can have a doubling of power or a partial overlap in certain areas. You might accidentally punch through materials or affect them in ways you weren't expecting. So it's a setting to be careful with and kind of sneak up on. But what we've achieved here is a much more contrasted image because we've gotten a lot denser lines. And I'm going to look with my eye and an eye loop, a little magnifier. And I would say we are perfectly overlapped. And that is a gorgeous high resolution trace of a really crappy JPEG that we just snagged off Google Images from the gallery display. And it's a random Adobe stock thumbnail. It's literally, we took a 540 by 360 pixel image, and now the resolution of it is so high that with a 7x magnifying loop, I can't tell. So yeah, crazy what we can do with this stuff. I really like the contrast that we have now. This is super cool. So now we're thinking in design terms. We've established that we can do something, and we've dialed in some settings. What are we gonna do with the design? So why don't we'll probably put some lines like they do to show, like, why don't I bring up a world clock map. Is that gonna be the right? Yeah. So let me just double check. This is fine to bring over here. It looks okay. So we could have something like this. So this would show, you know, the UK falls into GMT 0, and then everything west, like me, is less than, so they're in the future. And then we would have like South Africa down here, hopefully. It's my geography. I haven't done geography in a long time, but yeah, it's down here. And then we'd have Australia over here. I think I know a couple people here. But yeah, these are the main locations that I'm paying attention to. And I wonder, do we want to do like straight lines like this to kind of indicate what times it might be? Or do we want to kind of bow the lines, kind of like this, where would be your, is that latitude or is it longitude? Which one's longitude? East to west. So no, that shows differently. I see what AI is saying. Is this even AI? Yes. Okay. Let's go to Noah here. So long runs top to bottom. But they do measure the distance east to west. So they're the dividers that indicate east to west. So it would technically be our longitude that we are working with. Anyway, all this to say, I kind of like the effect of the long lines. And I think we could use one of these images as reference to approximate the distance here. And why don't I just bring up just a standard world map? Why don't we go to Google Earth? See if that loads. It might be kind of cool. You know, that's a bad idea. I don't actually want to do that. Let's world map image. And we'll just see if Office Depot has one for $90. Great. Good job. Good job. Right. Map of the world. What a low-res image. There we go. So yeah, South Africa. And then UK is right up in here, I believe. I'll circle bigger so I can't be wrong. And then Australia, and then us. So this could also be a good reference for me later. I would like to be roughly accurate with these lines. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll circle so I can't be wrong. Okay, so our friend in chat, Bongscopy, was pointing out that it was one time zone for them in South Africa. So this map, whatever the heck this comes from, I don't know the credibility. I'm sure it's all standard information, but okay, so we've got areas partial in partial hour time zones. Fascinating. Okay, so some places are like kind of on the cusp where it would divide by like a half hour, but they don't observe it because it would get too crazy. Yeah, where's Neil deGrasse Tyson when you need? He's an astrophysicist. I mean, he's gonna know this stuff because he's a freaking genius. But yeah. Okay, so South Africa does not observe daylight savings time. The U.S. does. So why is it not all that? Oh, he's done a ton of videos on time zone. Yeah, he's just a brilliant guy. So like, he could talk about probably anything. So what's my goal right now? My goal right now is to kind of establish how close do I want to be to like this map, and where do I want to put my lines, or do I care? I think it makes sense to do the lines, but I don't want the consistent line interval like this, because we're just caring about our +2 and our +8 kind of situation, and our -6. So I'm going to approximate it based on this map, based on our little other thing, but it's not going to be to scale or anything. Him and this one girl who's obsessed with space. Oh, are who you spend your doom scroll time with. And another one who's obsessed with ancient Egypt and Atlantis. Oh, that's freaking cool. I'd love your shorts feed or whatever you're doom scrolling on. That sounds like an awesome place to be. Okay, so yeah. Basically, we've established the technicalities of the design. We know we want curved lines running for our longitude, top to bottom, to indicate our different areas. So we're going to have South Africa, Australia, America, and UK. So we'll probably have a couple sets of lines here, line there, line over here. And then inside of that, we'll indicate, -6, 0, +2. And what was the other one? +11? Yeah, +11. So yeah, we know where to place it now. We know the times to add or subtract. But it might be nice to add a conversion. You want wide lines? Left some long lines of longitude. So another consideration that I might do, I have an old chart that so kind of like how these charts, they have text and they show something, like what they do. I'm curious if it makes sense to like physically write out a chart. Like, okay, if it is 10 p.m. for me, it would be X time in location. But I think what's going to happen is there's too many variables, and you would just have an absolute shit ton of conversions, because it could be any of 24 hours for me, which would correspond to any of +6 for another location. So, I'm trying to figure out how to have this in a physical state. Okay, Bonnie always says she heard something else. You're just too tired. Go to bed. Take a nap. But don't leave your lurk. You have to stay lurking. So I guess we could try it. We could try playing with it. Can we find a way to make this work? So I hate Microsoft Excel. I also dislike a lot of Google stuff, but they're slightly less annoying in some places. So I think we're going to go to Google Sheets, which is the free version of Excel. I basically don't think you should have to pay for Excel. And I don't think you do 100%, but yeah, I think it should be, it's ubiquitous. It should be, you should just be able to use it. So let me see if Google's gonna make me sign in. Okay, so I'm not a pro Excel user by any means. I'm not a pro Sheets user, but I do know that we can create iterations of something. So if I say this is 0, 0, 0, 0, and I call this 0, 1, 0, 0 for, we'll use 24-hour time. I understand 24-hour time just fine, so we're going to use that. I should be able to select these two, drag them down, and it should create an iteration for me. So there it repeats. I nailed that. Wasn't even trying. Let's just delete that cell. Okay, so now we have 0 to 23. Can we figure that plus 2? I almost need to write this somewhere else because I'm starting to hide information from myself in in other layers, and it's going to get really confusing. So let me go back to Lightroom and enable showing this. Let's drop you to the bottom, so I ignore you. Okay, so UK 0. Mine is my 6. So can I'm just gonna make a text document off to the side here called time zones, and I'm gonna drop in this info. So we'll say UK equals 0, and then why don't we work, I guess we'll do my time because it's less. So my time equals -6. And then we would have +2 for South Africa. And then Melbourne is going to be +11. And of course that's on the CRT screen, which is awfully hard to see with laser goggles. But we move. Okay, so I've got my calculations there that I can reference now while I'm over in this tab. So we'll go back and we have our view here. So this could be UK. So why don't I move it, and we're going to paste. What the hell, Google? Oh, that's weird that it works like that. So I'm going to select from, so we would actually be starting. So if it's midnight UK, it would be 6 p.m. here. So I'm actually going to select from here, and we will copy that. Then I'll select the whole thing and delete it. Now we're going to paste back our 6 p.m. and then drag this down, see if it continues. Okay. This might actually work. So then actually, I'm really excited about this now. It's 23. Right. And like this. And now we'll select everything and copy it, delete it, shift it down, and we'll add in my time, UK time. Oop, I hit enter instead of tab. This is South Africa and Australia. So I think we've done it. We've done it, chat. Look at this. We made a chart. Okay. So it should be, it is 12 p.m. for me. So that means it is 6 o'clock in the evening in the UK, 8 o'clock in South Africa, and 5 p.m. in Melbourne. Why don't we verify this? If you guys haven't seen this, this is a new Chrome feature. So select a tab, right click another tab, click the second option currently, new split view with current tab, select it, and now you have a double window. And what it does is it groups this tab. So if I click on this tab, it's conjoined, and I can, it brings up my 2 tabs. I do this for streams all the time. If there's like a couple people dual streaming, like Shala and Han, I will double tab you guys, and I can watch, not that I need to watch both chats, but I can watch 2 perspectives all at once. So now I've got my list here, and I'm not tabbing to different things I can reference all on one monitor, which is super cool. To break this, you would right click, arrange split view, and you'd separate views. But yeah. Okay, so there's my time, which we know. Let's look at time in UK. And look at our chart, 6 p.m. Nailed it. Okay, time in South Africa. And look at our chart here. And 8 p.m., correct. And time in Melbourne, Australia. And that is 1700. Yes! We've done it. All right, we'll just separate views. You could just you can select close, yada yada. But yeah, okay, now we have a chart. So we could put this chart somewhere. How do we convert this to Lightburn is kind of the next question. Hey Han, trying out Star Rupture. Thanks for the heads up. So I can get you lurked up, my guy. Yeah, actually we've had a few people go live, so good call out there. Need to get the tabbies going. All right, we got that friend. We got this one, and then, oh, you're just gonna play. Okay. I will keep an eye out. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, that's the person I'm lurked up. Dana A and that guy Vince are my peeps that are live. So, we've got Diaz chart. Now I have a challenge. How are we going to pull this information from basically an Excel format to Lightburn? Let's go for gold. We're going to select everything here. I'm just going to hit Control C. We'll come back into Lightburn, and we'll go to this layer that we were working with earlier, and I'm just going to delete it. We'll add a new text layer because we've got that information. I'm going to pick a really tiny font, like this is in millimeters tall. So we'll pick 3 millimeter height text. I'm going to hit Control V, and let's just see what happens. So this is how the information just enters. How it got copied and then how it's gotten pasted. So there's no formatting, but it is approximately what we want. And I'm really excited about that. I think we can make this work. So I'm going to undo that, come back. Oh, why have you done this? I Control Z'd and then redid, and now I've gained things that never could have existed together. No biggie, we will just delete and delete. We'll just make a new text layer. So what I'm going to do, because that almost worked, which is kind of astonishing, let me move this back over so we don't all get distracted. I'm just going to pull my time. So I'm going to select my whole column. I'm going to copy that. And then back in Lightburn, I'm going to paste that over here. We'll set our text height to 3 mil. I'm going to paste that. So now this is much closer to what we want. It's not formatting it with adjacent text. So now we can just look at general text alignment, and X is going to be side to side. Let's say we align right, and that looks pretty neat. Let's say even we align left, but if we added our zeros here, which annoyed me that Google Docs removed. I'm sure you could tell it a specific format to follow. Now this lines up nicely. And actually, even if we do middle, it lines up as well. So this is super usable. Why don't we see what kind of resolution and scaling is going to make sense for what we've got right now? So we're going to hide our first layer, but we're probably going to borrow its settings. So I've got a copy. I can select a layer, and then over here I can copy the selected cut settings into the cache, and then paste. So I basically copied whatever we did down here, which is a fill. Text is going to have an inner and an outer. So now we're going to fill in text, and we're going to run a test. So I'm going to select this layer and move it right in the center. And we're going to hide, we're going to toggle output and toggle, well, we'll just toggle output so it doesn't output the map again. And now we can look back at our laser. So we're going to have a very tall, skinny test. So I'm going to try to find a scrap of paper that works for us. I'm going to start my frame and just line it up. Why don't we just do it on the edge there? You can get really precise with laying out stuff like this and save paper, use tiny scraps. But at the end of the day, you know, a sheet of paper's not all that expensive. I have to give up at some point. But now we have that view. Let me swap this over and give you guys the top-down perspective. And let's see what this does. So it's wrote the first row of numbers all the way up, added my time, and now it's filling out the last set down at the bottom. And we were in a fill mode, so it should be line to line scanned with our overlap settings. And if we look at that, holy, that looks crisp. Like the resolution is sharper than the grain of the paper. And you know, paper has a fine grain. Some people don't even know paper is grain, basically, because it's so small. But yeah, so that is super sharp. Why don't we try to make this? This might be actually a great size. So I'm going to kind of make a mental note that 3 mil high text looks really good with this font. This is just Arial, super default. But why don't we try to make this smaller? So I'm going to say 1 mil height. So we've reduced it by a factor of 3. And we'll just put that to the side, and we're going to run this again. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to run that a couple more times. It's very fast. I'll look at this real quick myself. And you can't really see it. I have this doggone ruler getting in my way. Oh, I pushed something over there. Great. So I don't think you guys are going to be able to see this very well. Really need to set up a macro, but this is working quite well, actually. So those faint lines are where it's just barely affected enough that it's peeking through, basically. So what we need to do is we're moving too fast. We're not spending enough time for it to affect that area. which makes sense. So I'm going to reduce the speed by about the same amount. So we're now at 100 millimeters per second, which is still crazy fast, by the way. Running that again, and that has had a really good effect. Just taking a peek at that. That is almost perfect. I think we could go a tiny bit. Focus. There we go. We could probably go a tiny bit slower even. But yeah, look at that. That's amazing. So you can see how it can get complicated running lasers, because even the scale of what you're working with affects everything. So we had our variable of speed, we had our frequency variable, and we had our Q pulse variable. Those all interplay. Then you have your material, and you would assume your material is consistent, but maybe it's not. Maybe you're only trying to affect certain parts of the material. So here's another variable, is the material. Well, now the scale has affected things too, where now we're trying to mark something way smaller. So our speed relative to the size of it, it's actually spending less time on the curve of the 5. So it's not able to affect our material as much. So there's a lot of variables. It's a variable dance. And it's kind of like mental ratios, like, okay, I affected this. What happened? Something changed. What did we change? We changed the size. We're probably moving too fast. Let's adjust and make that work. But we've gotten some good measurements here. It gets to the point where you can lose track of success. So I have these really cool pins. It's a gel. It's a jelly roll. It's a brand from Japan. Hello. Focus. Yay. So I think the brand is Sakura. That's a jelly roll number 8. This is like a white ink pen. And I love working with the black cardstock. And I love using white pens to mark it. That's what this text is. So I'm going to just write down my settings for each thing here. So we had a speed of 350. So I'll just write SPD 350 millimeters per second. We did use a frequency of 40K hertz. Yep. And we had a Q pulse, we'll just call it QP, of 500 nanoseconds. So that's the basic information for this. It might also be good to know that we, I'll draw a little arrow, used fill mode, and we had a line interval, so just write INT, of 0.05 millimeters. And I think we could also write the pass. I'll just say 1 pass. So there's a lot of information that you can pull that can help you make material decisions later on. But this is what we have now. Is a little scrap of paper with an excellent result and all of the information that helped us achieve that. So we know what we need to achieve good results at that scale for that image now, so we can repeat it later as long as we keep our piece of paper. I like to take pictures of these and then save like that to a folder, like laser settings or something. You can also add in materials, but this is a fun way to do it. When I first started laser engraving, I might even be able to pull up a photo. I had the big engraving box that's in the background. That's cool. That's some good news. So yeah, you can do the laser box. Not do the laser box. I'm just gonna find this photo. I have basically like a project folder. Helps me keep track of my life. So I got the laser engraver, which is behind on that old laser engraving box that we took apart. And when did I get that laser? So I basically have a timeline of my projects, which is really nice. I've actually finally gotten organized. So this is August of 22. So 4 years ago now, a little bit less than 4 years, I got the old gantry laser and started messing around with it and doing all kinds of test charts. Let me get another buddy lurked up here who we will eventually raid out to. Where is everything? Reload. Just say hi. I'm curious. Cool. Okay. Interesting. I don't know if anybody is an ultra lurker like I am, but I've been testing out if you can watch somebody's VODs and if that counts towards the Stream Elements watch time. So far, it appears that it does not, which is fascinating. I would expect it to do that. But yeah, now my chats and everything are going to get very complicated. But I have this image. This is from when I first started laser engraving. So this is white cardstock, which I can't quite. So I wrote just some general info. Dollar store craft paper, white, smooth side, and then like different settings and the different effects that I had. And it was so much fun learning all this stuff. Oh, I made a little tray for paper. This is cardboard. I'm gonna tilt this up slightly so you guys can see this a little bit better. This worked really well for a phone screen, actually. This was in a basement of a rental that we're in. And yeah, it's just cardboard across with slats hung from the rafters. But it held all of my little project materials. But this is what I did. I ran tests, scribbled on them, and I hung them up on strings. And then as I worked forward, I would gain new insight and be able to reference those quickly. So this is kind of what we're making today is a reference piece of paper, but now we're actually designing a reference piece. It's not just the results. So we looked at a glass tile earlier, and this is some of the test work that I did for that. But you can see at the bottom how beautifully contrasty that result was. Absolutely gorgeous. That's on white tile with spray paint to it's the Orton white tile method. But yeah, I also did these little Venn diagrams, which is really a cool concept for testing materials. You test 3 different settings, and then you have your overlaps. So basically as if you were to do multiple passes. Looks cool too. Nice tidy charts. Here's a full result of that. Oop, I accidentally did a quick launch of that Orton White tile. So this is like a 4x4 inch tile. That was the full result. We have that up on a shelf. That is absolutely permanent. The glass, the glazing has become a different pigment. So it's like dark gray to black and very, very permanent. So yeah, this is the old setup right when I kind of initially did it. It looks dark and dingy because the camera, it's a little bit, that's pretty shitty, but yeah, that's the old laser box that I built with the extended laser in it that I ended up not using. And then I eventually added ventilation to this. And yeah, it kind of looked like a little serial killer's cave with all the strings and papers. or somebody trying to solve a crime. we'll say it nicer. But yeah, we've come full circle. We've learned a lot since 4 years ago. And a $500 laser. I know the process of finding these settings and moving forward with them. And I'm really, 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 really excited to start making things. It's just, you know, life gets in the way of projects sometimes. So I also want to snag our info that we have for our 2 texts. So I'm going to call, actually this might all get separated at one point. So I'm going to write basic settings down for our text on this far side. So we know speed was 350 and frequency was 40K. Our Q-pulse, it is simpler on a diode laser. You just have like 2 things to write down. 500 nanoseconds. And a lot of these, some of these won't vary as much. You can change it a lot and it may not affect this material very much, but sometimes it is very specific for materials. So it can be important to write it all down. And text, fill mode won't be important here, but we do need our interval of 0.05 millimeters. 1 pass, we can also assume that. And now we'll look up at this other setting. And I'm just going to write it down because it's simpler to write it down than talk about alternatives. We did a speed of 100. We had a frequency of 40. Okay. We had a Q of 500. And interval stayed 0.05. Okay, so that's a kind of an abbreviated way that's going to work for me. But here's another cool thing you could do with this. I could literally, for each test, add the settings as text below it. And then I could draw a box around it and cut it out with the laser. So you can make a test and have your settings and cut it out and have one little piece, and it only adds a tiny bit of time. You just have to program it. So that works well for if you're iterating on something a bunch, or you're really designing something in. But I like this. I like what we've got, and I just had a fun idea. What if we made our little map chart thing in two ways? I like the idea of a Polaroid, where you'd have your image, and then you'd have a section to hold it by. But we extend that, and that's where our text is. So you kind of hold it, and it's like a little chart, and you look at the top, and then you can reference down low. I think that would be really cool. So let's make that for a handheld version. If we keep going with it, and we want to make a bigger version, we can look at doing that as well. So let's start designing that. So back into our software. A light burn. And I'm gonna try turning my fan off for a sec. Because it was pulling a lot of air from the window because the window's not fully sealed off. And we'll just see how that goes. It's gonna suck when it's like 2 degrees outside, but okay. So we've got our image, and we'll just show it a little bit easier. We're still in select mode, so I'm gonna move this up for my sanity, and we're gonna start just laying this out roughly. So we have our text here, a height of 3. It goes by weird intervals. Let's see what a height of 2 looks like. A little bit not quite what I want, so let's try 1.5. That's going to scale better, I think. That may work. Now we're going to have 3 of these. There's actually a duplicate function which lays it directly on top of the old one, and we're going to have 4 time zones. So these are placeholders. We're just formatting things right now at the moment. So there are ways of aligning this. So I could say align vertically or horizontally, which would be like the middle. I'm going to say align top horizontally. So now everything, the tops are aligned. Great. There's a different way of doing this too. So I can delete those and grab this one and use this array function, this little grid button over here. This is a wonderfully powerful thing as well. So we have X columns and Y rows. I really want columns here, so I'm going to add 4. And then I'm going to look at our other settings here. We have total width and spacing. And what I'm going to try is adjusting this spacing between each row. And this is going to evenly space these out so I don't have to manually align them to a grid or anything. But the problem is these are each the same. There might be a way that I can substitute other information and have it go in place of this text. We may try that. But yeah, for formatting and layout and things like that, this is what we're doing. So now we can look at drawing some different shapes. Let's see, Bong Scoppy says, birds have new food, and I bought myself a little treat that's going to make it difficult for me to sleep now. Scoppy, what are you doing? It is technically... Where the heck is my Excel sheet? What time is it here? 12:30. I don't know. Your schedule's so fucked. It's 8:30 for you. So close to regular bedtime, and you're like, I'll stay up another 12 hours. God dang it. What treat did you get? Make me jealous. What treat? Is another calzone? It's probably not a treat, though. It's probably more of a meal. But that's exciting. I'm glad mango and apple. I've met mango several times. Is apple the other bird? Alright, yeah. Cool. You guys are just checking out my desktop. Because I can't keep track of everything. And library. Yeah, I should really have application captures instead of desktop captures, but it gets challenging. So here's going to be our lower section. This will be the upper section. I kind of want like a Polaroid-esque look where we have a picture and then a little bit of a border for our information, but we're going to extend that lower range. So let's start drawing some triangles. Not triangles. Squares. Rectangles. This looks kind of nice. And we can tell the laser to do different things with this line. You can even do some cool things where you can just have one line and then infer from that line. So we could actually assign this... Crap. I always forget to leave modes. So we can select our line. Let me assign that to line 3 here. I'm going to paste my settings from this earlier line, but instead of line or fill, we're going to select fill offset. And I believe fill offset doesn't do what I thought, but it's super cool on its own. I think we're gonna have to play with that for some pattern making at some point, but I think we're gonna attack this in a different way. You have 3 burbs? What? I got a biscuit milk chocolate. No, I didn't say biscuit because the chocolate. What? I don't quite understand you, Bang, but that's okay because you're already trying not to explain it to me, so that's good. I understand you have a milk chocolate biscuit, but for some reason it's funny to say it the other way. So we'll move on from that. But you have mango, blue, and daisy. Adorable. Adorable. Okay, so I believe what we can do is we have a line. What can we do to basically not have to draw line width? We can just modify it. So I think there should be an offset function in here somewhere, and we're gonna look for that. I was trying to do it based on the layer, but I think that was more of like an iterative deal, and it would have been cool, but not done what we wanted to do right at the moment. So we're gonna stay kind of focused on that. Laser tools. Nope. Just regular tools. There we go. Offset shapes. So this is a nice other really powerful function. I've drawn one simple line, and now I can say I want this line to be offset by a certain amount. And then we can toggle certain settings, and it just kind of builds in a lot of function for us. So as you can see from our corners now, they're rounded because we have a rounded corner style, but we could bevel them so they're sharper on the edges, or just a straight corner. We can also pick which direction this moves, and we do have ads running, but we're gonna keep rolling here. We could do inward, we could do in and out, or we can do outward. Let's do outward here. Let's do why don't we do a round corner? Why not? There should be options. In some of these settings, you do have options to like dial in the corner, like rounded radius and things like that, but I don't know that we exactly have that right here. But this still looks nice for us. So we have some other functions, and I think we're okay. So we're just gonna select that. So now we have 2 lines that we can select, and they've been created from one simple line. We have not had to create, rounded corners. We didn't have to draw a bigger triangle. Sorry, god damn. Not triangles, rectangles. We did not have to draw a bigger triangle. Not triangles. Rectangles. We are working with rectangles. We drew one rectangle and inferred it to another shape that is more complex that still works for us. Pretty powerful software. To me, this might be like basic Illustrator functions if you want to be on the Adobe side, or Inkscape for the open source version, or maybe even Canva. These are probably basic things. I'm just, they're powerful, and I'm excited to be able to use it. So this is not parametric to where if I alter the inner, it affects the outer, but it's so easy to do, you can just redo it, which is kind of a beautiful thing. So we have a border. I want to make another border down below, and I want it to be the same size. So I'm actually going to grab this inner use Control D to duplicate, and then I'm going to drag it, and I think if I hold Shift, I can drag it along a coordinate. So we'll do that. I'm going to leave a little gap between. I think that could look cool. Something like that. And then we're going to shorten this edge. And now we'll go to our offset from our tools, which is an Alt-O, and it's used our old option, and we're just going to let that be what it is. So I'm going to go into my laser preview and look between here, and it looks like I need to set this to a fill mode for the green layer here, or layer 3. And there we go. So now it's going to draw an actual thick border, kind of like we have. And this is kind of what we're looking at. Why don't we run this as a layer now and see the result that we get. So I will find a scrap. For reference, this paper is about 10. You know, I'm going to look up the price. I don't remember 100%. So I believe the brand is Astro Paper. Astro Brights is the brand. And I can get it from a local-ish store for about 11 to 12 US dollars. You're gonna get 80 sheets of that paper. So why don't we actually calculate that? Because math is allowed, even though I don't do it very well or correctly. But we've got our $12 divided by 80, so your per sheet cost is about 15 cents. So yeah, it's a commodity, which honestly, that's like the basis of everything I do. Like, how can I will spend a lot of money on a very fancy laser engraver so that I can modify very cheap things and make them nicer for myself. Like, I live by that, essentially. Like, if I'm thinking of a product that I want to replicate, before I got V-mount batteries to power my camera, because at the time they were pretty expensive, several $100s, and I didn't see down the road enough to how that would be useful to me. I was like, if I just made one thing to try it out for my camera, would I be able to do that affordably? And where my mind goes is, how can I use a commodity, affordable, greatly available product to do what I want? And to me, that was a drill battery, not a random battery from a vacuum cleaner that had the same voltage that I would adapt. It's a drill battery because it's a commonplace, affordable, mass-produced thing. And I think about everything that way. Like, if I wanted to laser cut plywood, my first thought wouldn't be, oh, I'll buy the expensive balsa laser engraving plywood from eBay that's pre-cut to tiny sizes so it fits in your laser engraver and they have all this markup. No, I'll be like, what can I get at the hardware store that's an 8 by 4 foot sheets that I don't know how to fit in my hatchback? And I'll just use that. And that's exactly what I did. I went and I bought hardboard, which is most of what that table is made out of. There's a plastic table, folding table underneath, an intermediate layer, and then hardboard. And that is a torsion style table. Really fascinating technology if that's something you want to look up. But that's where my brain goes, is what is the commodity route to achieve the same thing. So that actually pushed me into ventilation really quickly, because I don't know what resins they use to bind the wood fibers. It's MDF, but denser. It's a higher density MDF. It's like if it was cardboard MDF, then it's hardboard, which is what they use on clipboards. If you had a wooden clipboard, that's the same material. It's a very dense, very flat wood fiber material. I don't know what glues they use in there. You should not breathe that smoke. Hence the ventilation, why I got involved in ventilation pretty quickly. But yeah, that's where I think. So like, you can make beautiful images on aluminum or brass. You could buy an anodized aluminum business card, which is going to have just fantastic resolution, because the grain structure of aluminum is so much more dense than paper. You could get archival papers. You can get marking papers. But I would rather just buy this stuff that's used somewhere else and has become a commodity, and then use that for my projects. So that's why I'm using black cardstock for so many projects, and why I want to find ways of working around its limitations and use it over and over and over and over, and not have to worry about it. And I'm cheap. I'm cheap, but I like nice things, is basically what it comes down to. I'll buy a fancy tool and use commodity, cheap as I can get it, or not cheap as I can get it. I did try that and the paper quality was shit, but something that is commodity. It is mass produced, it is high quality, but it's affordable. It has had its economies of scale applied, like a drill battery. Again, I didn't buy the Milwaukee brand, even the DeWalt brand. I bought the DeWalt knockoff, but it's still made pretty well, and I can adapt those batteries to it's like, I don't know, that's where my brain goes. Anyway, nice little segue. We are gonna go back to lasering. So we need to frame this. Now we have made things much bigger. So we'll throw our sight glass down, and yeah, we have a pretty big image laid out here. We have a bunch of settings that are going. I think we've scaled everything correctly. I think we have everything on the right layers. So we're gonna just hit run and see how it goes. And let me give you guys the top-down view. Oh, turn on my ventilation. Fan dial's awfully sensitive, but it's pulling the smoke out of there. So we've got the world map filled. Now we're working on the text, which that should be ×4 at the bottom. That legibility is looking good from here. I had biscuits 2 minutes ago. Commodity tools. Okay, now it's filling our outlines. So it's done the long sections, and now it's doing the short sections. There's an optimization we can make here. So it is running side to side. You can see it's doing one tiny line on one side, and then it moves to the other side, does the same thing. I can optimize the order of operations so that it just draws one whole side and then draws the other whole side. I'll try to find that setting in a little bit. It can dramatically speed up because we're not making the travel move between each time. We're moving that whole distance to be able to do each side each time. It's actually incredibly inefficient. And if you had a slower laser, a gantry style laser, like behind me, a CO2 laser, those moves can kill your productivity. So we are getting beautiful contrast here. to the point that I'm probably going to end up using these settings on a lot of other projects, and trying to optimize for that. But yeah, we basically found our fill settings at this focal distance and everything like that. But we're almost done here. I love that I have this laser now, because we can do real-time work that is like a finished product in a time scale that makes sense for live viewing and discussions. Okay, so we have our results. I'm gonna just peek at them myself real quick, and I like it. I love it. I wouldn't hate the text being a little bit thicker. We're kind of at a weird angle here. But yes, this is our result so far, and I love it. I think it's beautiful. I think it could be fun to have kind of an ellipse around this. It's not a requirement, but it could be a nice design element. If we had kind of an ellipse around this to suggest also, that this is round. The Earth is round after all. And then I think we could make this outer box tighter to make the whole thing more compact, because we do have a lot of space around here, but the text layout feels pretty good. So I think we could make our text taller and a touch wider. So we're at 1.5 on the height. We could probably push it to like a 1.6 to 1.7 millimeter height, and that'll get us pretty close. I also would like to change the font to something thicker, so we should probably do that first before we adjust the height. We also need to start inputting our actual information, and we also need to look at how we want to do our lines. Curves can be like freehand open shapes. Could be interesting. I should be able to just make one and then duplicate it and shift it around. But I'm gonna have to line it up fairly precisely before I make duplicates, because we're gonna have two that are right next to each other in the center here. So that should work. We'll also need to put our GMT equivalents here to show that I'm -6, 0, +2, +11. And I don't know if we'll pull that down or if we're going to put like actual, we'll just guess at like capitals, like London time and cornfield time, something like that. So yeah, let's keep rolling with this. This is really exciting. This is almost like my first laser project in a way. Because I spend so much time learning about tools and sharing that, and getting new tools, and just going through that whole loop that I get sidetracked. Okay, so we're building up a design here, which is really exciting. So why don't we look at, before we start tightening our formatting, let's add the rest of the elements that we need. So we're gonna do our like latitude, longitude, or our longitude lines, and I'm gonna pull up one of my reference images from earlier, which was a map of the world, and that's not high resolution enough. I'm gonna just literally go to Google Maps off screen here. I don't want to dox myself, because it would probably just pull off my IP and guess the location. So yeah, that's what it did. That's why I didn't go to it earlier, but it's gonna help me find. Okay, so I was circling Netherlands and Belgium earlier. Oh, damn. I'm an idiot. I did include the bigger circle correctly. But yeah, now I see that the UK is right here. That would be United Kingdom. London, Ireland, Iceland. Okay, good deal. Yeah, that's gonna live on the other monitor for the time being, but this is gonna help me line this up. Do I want to put a circle around each place? I think that could be kind of cool. So we'll leave that for last, though. Once we get final scaling, we may put a little circle to indicate the actual area, almost like putting a heart around like your hometown, just to indicate like if somebody else dropped in and saw it, that's, you know, you're there or I'm over there, something like that. Okay, so now we need to figure this out because we have a challenge, a little layout challenge. I need the southern tip of Africa and I need the UK, but they need to be separated by at least one line. So I can't lay this out as like really thick lines. So we'll try to cover one spot, and I wanted kind of curved lines as if it was like, I don't think this map is projected. No, it would be, because Greenland's way smaller and Russia's way smaller. So it depends on your projection, how you're curving a round thing to a flat thing. If that doesn't sound super weird to say. So let's try to find our freehand tools. So we've got edit nodes and we've got tabs. We have just a draw lines. Let's try a draw lines, and I'm going to click one point and click another point and right click to leave. Then I'm going to go to my edit nodes, and hopefully I can find a function in here to add. Click on a line or curve to insert a new node, or press the I key. So I'm going to select this function. I'm going to move along this line, and I'm going to press I, or was it L? Well, we're just going to left click. Okay, we've selected it. Okay, we have added our point. Now, if I go back to my selection tool and I click this middle point and I drag it, look at that. Okay, so we've added a third point that I didn't have to add between. Can I now convert this to a curve? So I can select this tool and click here, or click on these two lines. Okay, so I've clicked on those two lines. Now I have handles. I'll undo this, move this. Maybe that was the wrong thing to do. I'm going to remove this center point. Just select, click to convert to a line. Okay, so that's the opposite of what I want. So I'm going to click now. Okay, I think this makes more sense. What I had imagined was we would add a middle point. It would add like a Bezier curve, and I could just offset that middle node a little bit, and then it would automatically curve it. I don't know that that's going to work 100%. So we're going to try it this way, where I get two handles on one line, and then just move them to the side, what seems to be an equal amount. And why don't we call that our line? I'm going to shift D to duplicate, which did not take. Control D was our duplicate. And I'm going to mirror it along the vertical axis. And now I can move the second line, holding shift to move directly along an axis. And I can, it might be a little bit hard for you guys to see on this layer. Let me select these two, and we'll just throw it way over on this darker layer. And that's just a little bit easier to see. I'm going to toggle the output of our map. So now you guys can see this a little bit better. There we go. And I can see it better too, because I'm wearing freaking sunglasses inside. So this is what we've got. I don't like it. I think it's way too much. let me look at one of my reference images from earlier, which I did not save. Scroll down and find another example. There we go. So yeah, curves more to the sides and less to the middle because we're looking straight down. So I should have technically very slight curves. So this actually gets really freaking complicated now. The way I have to do all this. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think there's a way for me to iterate. Like I can duplicate a thing and do it more and more times, but I don't think I can apply a slight change to it like I would need to make that work in an automatic way. So we've proved our concept. We did good. I'm just going to delete those again. And now we're going to draw a straight line because we know now, obviously, you're looking straight down on something. It's not going to be, it won't have a curved perspective in the terms that we're working with. So I will draw for our 0, which, looking at another reference image, is, looks like island is kind of split. So we'll try to be somewhat accurate here. Why not? So I will draw my 1 point there. I will hold shift to make it a straight line. And I will drop that second point and then hit escape to finalize that. And we've nailed our first spot, running straight through Ireland. And the approximate width takes us through here. So I'm going to guess again. And guess again there. And there we go. So this should be approximately the time zone GMT 0. Now looking at another reference image, which I'm now finally going to make larger, hopefully. No. I hate going to websites and actually seeing. It's like the biggest preview you can offer me. Because that's a CRT screen. Hey, that's exciting. We have a new website to block. Thank you so much for giving me that. I love it when they do that. So, quick little bit of moderation here. Guys, gotta help keep Twitch clean of silly advertisements. So let me go to my dashboard. Moderation. Settings. And it gets a little bit tricky. It's different on different things. Alright, we are looking for show all advanced settings, I believe. We're looking for custom blocked terms and phrases. We're going to add... Aha! We're going to add all the variants of this I could think of. And at least it's unique enough that it's not going to affect normal chats. And now we basically have an automod programmed to handle that for us. So if you guys don't do that, absolutely feel free to do such a thing. Shala and Han, you guys should have that set up. I'll try to add this later to you guys, but you've got the two basic ones. I went through and added those for you guys the other day, so it catches it. Drink some tea. Okay, so now we have a consideration. Do we continue with straight lines when we're going to be right next to it, or do we try to curve them? I think we need to try to do straight lines. And I think the easiest way, just because it's right next to each other, trying to have that subtle of a curve is, I know my brain, I'm going to try to do it right. It's going to be too much. So we'll just settle for straight lines. I will Control D, this original selection, and freehand align it here. And you know what? That is not quite right. I think I'll just approximate. I'm just gonna visually align that. Well, I did good. I actually did really good. Is G? I can't remember. Is G my grab? I'm thinking of Blender. So we're gonna line this up right on the grid because it snapped originally, so that's gonna work well. What I didn't want to do here was align this line on top of this line, because I visually wouldn't be able to see that, but the software is going to output that. So it would double line one spot, and you can actually, I could be cutting the paper in that place if it was too much. So we've got our lines here. I'm going to look back at a reference and make sure this makes some sense. It does not. According to this map, there should be a line like directly in the middle, yet the time is shared. So I may adjust. I'm gonna adjust this. We'll try to keep things, somewhat accurate. So I'll delete these. I'm gonna grab this and just move M. I want to be able to grab and move it without zooming out, so I could actually grid align this. Okay, so I think lined up more here is more accurate. So we're gonna do that. Then we'll select Control D to duplicate, grab it, Shift to move, and is that accurate or is that accurate? Is this accurate? So it's across 4, so it should be spaced off by 4. So I lost it slightly there. Yeah, I'm getting, as the OCD kicks in, I'm needing this to be perfect. So, heck. Actually, genuinely heck. That's annoying. Okay, here we go. Snapping back. So, I could, grid snap all this and, it wouldn't be worth it. Okay. So now we've got that. We know it needs to be spacebar by 4, so we're going to just get that really close. That looks pretty close. And let's see how that falls. Hey, I think we did good. I think we did good there. So these two lines are going to be our 0, +1, and +2, but we're just going to label our 0 and +2. And then we have Melbourne. We'll keep this image up for reference. I'll bring up to see where Melbourne is. Very bottom right, pretty much, in a slight recess. It is just north of Tasmania. I had no idea where Tasmania was. So right there is Melbourne. So now I know where I need that to land, and we have another set of lines to bring over. I'm just going to grab the straight ones for now, and they need to be centered just about there. And I think that actually might work. Okay, let me look back at our other location and get the -6 approximated, so it looks like right along Mexico. Coastline is kind of line, so that is good there. And yeah, that's our -6, which I fall into. Cool. This is looking pretty cool. These lines are going to be way too faint. As we saw earlier, a single width line is not going to show up very well on this map. So we're going to have to apply offsets to these to make it work out right. And I probably will have to use the, what was it, Alt-O? No. I hit Control Alt-O is our offset tool. So we're probably going to do our both option here. And maybe even delete our original lines. We'll probably have them on a separate layer, and we'll just toggle it off so we don't lose our like kind of outlining functions. But if I did outward, let's say, why is that not? Outward works too, but both, yeah, because it's a single line in this sense. There is no difference. Yeah, we wouldn't want to just add to the right side on all these. It would actually skew our thing. So we want this to be centered. So I'm going to say 0.3 millimeters. That looks too big. Let's try 0.2 because we're doubling it. So it's going to be 0.4 mil wide. That's not bad. And I think that will show up pretty well. So I think that's what we're going to end up doing is a 0.2, which is doubled. So 0.4 width. You know, pins. The Jelly Roll pin I showed you earlier, that was a 0.8. Obviously, ink is going to be a little bit wider than that too, even. So, you know, half of that width will look pretty sharp, just to give kind of a scale reference. So I also want some text here. I'm trying to decide how far I want these lines to go up and down as well. Let's use our other grab function, thank goodness. So if I drag from the top, let's see if we want to do an ellipse around this. So I should, underneath these options, be able to grab the ellipse. We'll assume it's centered. It's not. So if you click and drag, I think if you hold shift, you make a circle. If you hold control, it expands it from the middle. And if I hold control and shift, I get a circle. So I need to hold control to get an ellipse. And I'm not quite perfectly centered, so I'm going to be guessing a little bit here. I want a little less height. We could maybe cut the sides off if I need kind of the right look, but we'll try to make this fit. So I'm basically trying to make a shape that I think is going to fit around everything, even though not perfectly in the middle here. So let go, I've given up, and I'm going to try to center this up now. So that isn't quite what I want. So now I can tweak this after the fact to try to include everything. Looks like we're losing New Zealand and a little bit of Alaska, but I don't like the height so much. I wish this would square off more on the sides and then go up. So why don't we make it do that? So we will make 2 ellipses. So I'm going to move this ellipse up. I'll show you guys another function that we've actually looked at before. I like the aspect tightness here along these edges. I think that works well. So I'm going to duplicate this and bring it down, perfectly aligned, and shape the bottom now to what I like down there. I think we have to go really flat to make this all work. So we will very, very tightly hug New Zealand there. So now what I want to try to do is use a joining function to make one shape out of these two. But I have an additional challenge. Because I don't actually have all the proper shapes. So I'm going to try to select these two. So I held shift, and then I used the select only from the down to the left. And I'm going to just throw it on a different layer. I'll just give it random settings for now. And this way I can look at what we have just here. So I want to try to join these two shapes. And I'm trying to think through the different functions we have. I have a Boolean joiner. It's these tools over here. And Boolean just means it tries to combine shapes in some different ways. And if I select both of these and I hit a Boolean, this brings up a little menu, which is lovely. I can simulate what happens when I combine these. You can see how the different overlaps are affected. However, this is not the end shape that I want. So what I'm trying to see, Booleans, I think, only work on closed shapes. What I want to see is, can I select a shape, go to my node editor, can I add nodes? So I may need to convert to delete a line. Can I break a line at a point? So I'll select this mode. I may not be able to do this because it's like not a line segment. What is this option? Interesting. So I could line those two. Break a shape at a node or press the B key. I don't have a node though, so I can't break this shape, I don't think. Yeah, so I'm missing something. So let's go back to select, and I'm going to see if I can convert this to anything. I'm going to convert this to a path, which it probably already is, if I'm being completely honest. And we're going to go back to these options and see if I can, in fact, add... that worked. It worked. Okay. Let's Control Z that. Okay, because I converted it to a path, now I get handles in a different way. So I could actually alter... Can I actually alter that shape? Customize. That's kind of neat. Yeah, that's exciting. So I could alter the original. This may be the way to have done this all along. So let's forget this bottom one. Although I do want to select it again. So if I select it, it goes back. I'll do that, which the top one would be the same as. So then if I select the node editor and then select the top one, I don't have those handles. Select the bottom, I do the... Yeah, very excited, can't talk. Okay, so we're going to convert this top one to a path. Then we will select the top one again, now that we've converted it to a path. And let's see if we can shape this one to what we want. So we drag it down there. And we will pull this handle right along that axis. We can customize each side, which is very cool. Those actually try to move together, which is really cool. So I'm going to select that one, and then drag with shift. So they are mirrored just inside there. And this is going to work. this is absolutely going to work. I think what we need to do is a couple different things. One, bye-bye to this one. I love this shape, actually. It makes me think of a TV, like an old TV. But it's a little bit more asymmetrical. So we'll go back in, go to our node controls. I think we need to grab this side and this side and move them down a bit, not quite to the equator. Then we're going to select this point and drag them back up. Holding shift. We're going to go a touch higher. And then we're going to bring this top one back down. This is really cool. I'm glad I figured this out. So yeah, we're completely customizing an ellipse now. Okay, so we've got the top shape and we brought the middle, kind of the weighted point of the middle back down. So let's grab our bottom points and now we can move them to be much tighter. And I won't move all the way to it because I also see I need to move this up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a goddamn pretty shape. I like it. I think we could try to pull the outsides closer together. Is this, that's going to move together. Control Z. If I move one side, I think, let's just try to be asymmetric for a second. We'll move that in close, and then we're going to just customize this side and this side. Okay. And then we'll drag this side in closer and bring this up to compensate. Is that a nice shape? No. No. Not at all. So we may simply deal with this, or we could move it just using the grid system. So that would be 0, 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3. And then I'll try to symmetrically adjust these top parts. And now the bottom. That might have worked. Let's see. That's very pretty. It pulls in slightly. We've exceeded the middle. So we need to bring our middle down. So we keep like a technical round shape. And we're having a lot of trouble snapping. Right there. Does not like it. Let's Control Z that. Zoom in a little bit. Move it, hold shift. So that didn't line up. That's perfectly aligned. We're gonna bring it down just a touch past so I know. And that's actually gained us back some room, so I'm gonna undo that and select these outsides, move them up to compensate. So we're gonna move into New Zealand a touch, come back down, and the bottom is just slightly too tall now, so we're gonna bring that back until that looks like it's sweeping in perfectly. That's slightly too close, so we'll do that again. Actually, we'll undo that, and we'll see if we can hint these outside ones down. I think we can, and we'll look back here, and I think we're well within the range of perfection. So we're nice and tight along here, which this is the point that extends out the most, so it makes sense that it'd be the tightest. I think that looks really pretty. That's a really cool shape. So now we can add back our layers. Just add them all so I can see. And then remove what we don't need. We can use one layer to affect another layer. So I can actually use this outer shape as a mask and make these lines cut to a specific length. But you have to consider your order of operations. If you want to have the thicker lines, you want to apply that before, I think. Yeah, because you'd want your edges cut clean. So I'll have to consider all of that, and we'll probably be undoing a few steps, but it's nice having your different elements on different layers, because your undo cycles, you're at least not affecting everything all at once in these ways. So that's good. Okay, so let's continue with the layout here. I actually like the size overall there. It may be worth filling the frame a little bit more. Let me see if I scale all of this up just a touch. I'll drag from the corner but hold Control to scale from the middle. I'm gonna move the edges until they get really close to the outer there, like that. And then for this, I'll drag from the top and pull it down until it looks just about the same. There is a risk there, though. If I go really close, you can see it's actually affected the height between the lines as well. I don't think there's a way around that, but we can just redo it. So I know the inner is the reference point, so we're going to keep that roughly the same. It's about 1.5 mm distance, and I'm going to delete this outer layer for now. We'll end up adding it back later. And then I'll delete the outer layer on the bottom one as well, so that everything matches. We know the width is the same. That's the important part. Okay, so I think we need to extend the base of these, the top. Same with this line, the bottom of this one. And then over here, we need to extend the bottom. The top is good. Okay, so that exceeds that, but we'll be able to cut this on that layer. And then we're going to fill all of that. Something I just thought of that could be cool would be to fill in the countries, like the land masses, at a slight different tone. So it's not just a true outline, it's also filled in as well. I think we'll end up doing that. That will look really cool. And I'll take a sip of tea here and we'll keep going. Running low on tea. Okay. This is going really, really well. I'm really absolutely excited about this. This is I might end up redoing this and make it like a full tutorial or something. This has been a really good learning experience for me. Sometimes I want to make tutorials so that I can reference it later, because I bounce to so many different projects and tools and techniques and things. I tend to forget if it's been a little while, like anybody probably would. Okay, so now we have the consideration. We know the width of this line. We could make this outer orange line layer maybe a little bit thicker. It kind of makes sense. But how do we want to apply that? So I'm gonna see what this looks like. Alt-O. And rounded corners, it doesn't have an effect here because it is a rounded thing already. So yeah, this is where you can run into some problems, because if you haven't thought through the process enough, you end up wasting time, moving too far into a project, because now our sides are a little too close. But that's okay. We'll build from the middle out for the moment. Unless we wanted to go inward. Do we want to go to the inside? I don't think so. There's enough space to do a 1/2 mil, but not with how it's centered. So let me do both. And we'll do 0.25. So we still total that. It's still too close to New Zealand, I think. That would kind of irk me. So we'll stick to 0.5. We'll say outward. Why don't we do 0.6? Another scale up. And I'm going to hit OK. So now we have 2 lines there. I'm going to grab these 2. And can I scale from the center up on both? We're just going to do that. I kind of like that. I think that's good. So then we'll just grab this top one and rescale it top down until it's visually about the same. This is a little bit of a struggle on my eyes. I could turn the laser off. It's just been idling, ready to go. In fact, I will shut off the laser module. It does have a separate button. The cooling may slow a little bit, and we'll just have to boot it up and warm it up later. No big deal. Okay, so we're going to fill between these 2 shapes. We want this to be lines, so I think we need to make these the wider lines, and then we're going to use this inner line to cut it, so everything lines up. We could even join it all. That might make sense. Okay, so let me grab this line. We're going to do our Alt-O, which is our offset function, and we're going to decide what width we want. I think we're saying 0.2, which is with a single line going to apply to both sides. It's going to be a 0.4 thickness. Yeah, that was what we went with. So I could apply to each, or can I select all of these? Yeah, that works. So that's going to iterate pretty well. Well, the laser's off, but the fans have not died down. Oh well, we'll live with it. Pardon me. Okay, so we have the inner lines, which we're going to keep. So what I'm going to do is grab the inner line, and I'm going to move it to a tool layer. And then I'm going to move this one to a tool layer. Actually, I'm going to move them to a different tool layer because that also looks like another layer currently. Nice to have a little color contrast so you kind of know what's going on. I guess I could click Shift Hold to individually select multiple. And just making sure I'm staying on the right stuff. Okay, so now the tool layer cannot be output. It's just for alignment. So I've basically moved an alignment tool to an alignment layer, and now I can toggle that off, and now we just have our big lines there, which is great. So now comes the challenge. I'm gonna grab this selection, hold Shift, grab our inner circle, and I'm gonna look at our Boolean options. I think Boolean's the wrong thing. In all honesty, but it does look like it would work. Candace the Virgo. You see, guys, he doesn't just chop wood and do backflips. He's also super duper smart. Welcome in, Candace. Good to see you again. I've seen you in my comments a little bit, and maybe on Instagram. It's good to see you live. That's awesome. We're making a little laser project. I think it's actually one of my first bigger projects. I've only messed around and tested these tools out so far up until now, but it's nice to get back into it. We are making a custom world clock thing. I need to come up with a better name. Basically, I have some people that I always check in on Twitch, and they live in different time zones than me. So I'm making the custom zones like mine, and then everybody else's that I check in on regularly. And I've made myself a little chart. Cancel that. That will fill out properly, but I'll be able to reference. So we're making just a little card that I can look at. and set up. So yeah, little brain fuzz at the moment. This has been lots and lots of little detail as I'm learning through this process. But yeah, we're looking at the option of using a Boolean modifier here. So if we use this subtract A from B, I think is what this is. I'm gonna click it. And now we've added it to that layer. That actually works really well. So the other thing I was considering that we may do is we would select this and then that, or would we select this and then right click? I forget. So there's a function called masking. Masking just means use one layer to affect another in terms of cutting. So I could use a selection, like a custom circle, and use that to select inside of an area, basically. But we have a very custom shape here. The thought was, if I use this inner shape, this inner ellipse that we've made, it's not an ellipse anymore, it's a different shape, this rounded rectangle, then I could use it to basically project a cut that would cut off the edges of all of these lines or anything that intersects from whatever layers I select. And the idea is that would be like a mass effect. I could select all these layers and they could all be affected all at once. What I just thought of though is it's going to create individual shapes, and individual shapes for this laser could be good or could be bad, but it may end up that right at the edges where it's cut, it may draw two lines. That may not be important. It may not show up, but it could also mean that we cut really deep there and it either damages the paper or it just doesn't look right. So I think we're just going to continue with Boolean for now. And I'll try to, maybe if I do a full tutorial on this, we have ads starting shortly, everybody, on Twitch. If we do this later as like a tutorial, I'll probably try to find a way to work in masking just as a demo for everybody so that you can learn the Lightroom tools. But we'll go back to Boolean. And now our subtract does not work. So our A from B doesn't work, but our B from A does work. So I'm glad they have that preview. So we're going to keep just running down the... Ooh. Oh, it selected the whole layer when I clicked shift. Does this work? Yeah, it does. Okay, so you might as well just use Boolean at that point. Look at this. Oh, we've actually shifted layers too. For some reason. Somehow in the order of selection there, it moved it to a different layer, which we don't really want. That's layer 5. Oop, we're still not in selection mode. Escape to go back to selection. I'll pick that, and we're going to throw that back to layer 5. So at least the laser can associate those things. So I'm going to look at actually I'm going to save this project before I forget. We'll call this Time Zone Polaroid. There we go. Okay, now I feel much better. I always forget to save. So, gotta zoom way in. I don't want to see traverse moves. We're gonna have a little bit of an overlap on some of this. It looks like. So, there may be a function where I could tell the software, hey, ignore overlaps. It may increase some of the processing overhead, but it may also be completely fine. So I'm just looking at this. It's looking amazing, honestly. As long as this doesn't really show up as much brighter because we've doubled up our layering, I think this should actually work quite well. It's telling us it's going to take quite a while, 17 minutes. So we may queue this up, do a small section to make sure it works, and then let it run out for the full thing. Set up a good camera angle for a little time lapse, and I might take a break or something during that time. So, okay. We have this. We have it more or less set up here. We can reapply this outer border. We'll go outward. We're going to say round. I think what do we do? A 0.5 millimeter? That is not enough. Let's say 0.8. Very, very close. I'm going to look at 0.9. I like 0.9. I don't want all these line thicknesses to be the same because they have different importance. Like this frames the whole outside. This is smaller because it's less important than that frame, and it is framing what's smaller on the inside. That's kind of the concept. I don't know graphic design or anything like that. There's probably a specific name for that. Okay, so now we've got this. What I'm thinking, we either put the plus 11, plus 2, 0, minus 6 there, or we use this little gap that we have between. And I like having that gap because it tells me that there's two separate things, but they're related because they'll be in a larger card. So just kind of puzzling. Why don't we lay it out? And we'll look at both options. We could even lay out both if it's easy enough, and that may work just fine. Just got a coding overload error. Interesting. Wonder if that was just momentary. Okay, so we also need to define what text font we want. That's probably what we need to decide next. So I'm going to swap to my text layer, select this text, Control A selects everything. There we go. Okay, we're in there. Let's find us a font. Arial Black versus Arial taller. It's really hard to tell with these lines because the selection appearance really messes with my brain. I don't think I can turn that off very easily, so we're just going to keep going. Actually, Arial Black looks like just a bold, but very formal. I like that. I think that could work. But let's look through and make sure there's nothing. Could just do Comic Sans, of course. This Consolus. I like it for the clock. The 0 with the slash is actually really cool. But the text is awfully formal. Hey, Knifey. Welcome in. How you doing, man? Crap! We have to add another time zone. Mr. Knifey. Hold up. I was about to say... Yeah, he's from New Zealand. I was about to say Madagascar. Oh, man. It's like, I know he's on one of the islands near a main continent. I was like, I thought it was New Zealand, and I looked at it, I was like, he's definitely not from Madagascar. Yeah, bro is from New Zealand. We're making this global. I don't know. How do I describe this in like a simple way? I'll figure out a complicated way. But so we're making. Here, turn that off. A card that I can reference that will help me convert time zones for my friends. Yeah, lurking at King Julian. So I've got Melbourne, Australia. And definitely you're not going to be in that same time zone, I don't think. Let me look at this reference. So you might be in plus 11 or plus 12 GMT. This map is confusing me because when I looked earlier, it told me 12 plus 11. I don't know. I could be completely wrong on all this. Oh, I'm still in images. Scan mode. Ugh, get me out of here. Plus 12. So I could just add an hour from the other one. It'd be hard to put that right on the side. So, oh, that's so cool. I want one. It would be cool if I made, if you could, like, make this as like a website or something, and you're like, all right, pick 4 time zones, and then you'd pick your 4 favorite ones or whatever, and it'd calculate it all, and then you could just get the little printed thing. You could do that stuff, but it'd take me forever to learn all that. I don't need new projects, so we're gonna stick with this. We're gonna stick to our 4, just for the moment. We could always remake this for the proper project, but yeah, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the lurk, Knifey. I really appreciate it. Do your thing, my man. Do your thing. So you are a full 11 to 12 hours ahead of me. God, it's late for you. Just go bed. Just go bed, man. Catch you when you wake up. All right, so we need to establish text. So we were looking over here, and what was it? Consolas looked really cool. I forget. He says it's 8:43 a.m. New Zealand, correct? Plus 13. So the map I'm looking at's wrong. I just have a little text image up. Yeah, I shouldn't make that the gospel for myself. Yeah, reference images should be for reference. It's Sunday, though. Oof. Well, good morning, Knifey. Good morning. Early riser over there. Yeah, I need my chart. I need this chart to be done. Why am I trying to calculate the thing that's really hard for me to calculate before I actually do this properly? Okay. Let's get back in it here. So, we're going to pick our font, because we need to establish the size of the font before we add in other elements. So, consolas, how does it look? Can I select that? Okay. It's basically the same as Arial, but our zeros have the slashes through them, which is dope, and it makes me happy. But it may not be worth it, because this is not a very bold font, and it's going to be very small. I think we need that line thickness. You know what I'm saying? So let's look for other fonts. And is there... Okay, I can make everything bold, but some fonts will just be bolder to begin with. Okay. Good to see, good to see. Let's keep rolling through. And I actually want to move this over a little bit. You're viewing your handsome, not the project. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we're back on the project. I only have like 8 preview windows. I'm just brain fried learning all this. Okay, so impact. Oops. We're coming back to here. Impact looks good though. I always end up with impact on a lot of these. What are some other ones that I like? Other fonts. I think it was CT. I don't know. That's just in DaVinci Resolve. That would always pull up one that I liked a lot. Seiko. Black. I could mix fonts, I guess. I don't know all the like graphic design concepts behind fonts. Like they all have like origins, and that's why there's certain groups that they relate to. Like there's a reason Times New Roman looks like a Times New Roman, and an Arial looks like an Arial, and they're separate entities in a way. But I don't understand it. Franklin Gothic Medium. There's always Comic Sans. I need a sign that lights up that says Scuff, and it needs to be in Comic Sans. That's kind of funny. Let's look at Arial Black. Bold does not affect it. Italic affects it slightly. Okay. Maybe we settle for Arial Black, because I cannot keep this straight. We know approximately the format that we want there, so we're going to scale this to 1.25. Pretty close. Let's do 1.3. Not quite. Let's skip up 2.4. That looks just about perfect. Looks very formal. Okay, now comes the tricky bit. I'm going to go ahead and try to input my conversion from another column. So I've selected it in my Google Sheet, copied it. I think I can select a different layer. And just Control V. No, that adds it. So I need to Control X, Control V, that copies it over. This is a challenge. Let's go back. We're in our text selection. So I'm going to select this and we're going to delete it. That's going to take us back to the origin. There. And then we'll paste our new layer. It pastes it the wrong one and to the side. Okay, let's undo. Oh my god, it's gonna add. Oh, we'll just hold this for a second. Holy undo layers. Thank you very much. Is it Control Y? No, Control Shift Z to undo or redo. Okay, we're gonna try this again. So selecting here, copying. Yeah, this is the challenge. We're trying to lay something out precisely that doesn't fall on a grid. It's only relative to something else. But it needs to have different content, so it can't be a duplicate like we have here. So we selected the first one, we used an array, and we spaced it apart. I should have paid attention to the distance. I could measure the distance, and I could redo this. You know, nothing's final here. But I was hoping that I could select a text layer. Which we'll try again. Okay, so I've selected that. Can I paste my new information now? Can I Control Shift? Let's try this. I've added it. I've added it in at the top. Now, it'll drop back to the beginning, but it won't reset. So careful there. And then we're going to delete. This might work. This is convoluted for sure. but it works. So I think we're going to stick with it now and maybe just roll with it permanently. We have technically entered in our information into our different spots. So I'm going to follow this up again with our other time zone. So I'm just selecting that. Oop, I missed a cell. Oops, I fucked it up, There we go. Did I fuck it up again? I did. Okay. We're just gonna redo the selection. There we go. So I've copied that. Now we'll use, back in this software, we'll use select to select our layer. Then we'll move to text mode. We're gonna drop our cursor at the very end, paste. We will go back and we will delete everything. It seems like in Lightburn you can't like select by word, like holding shift to extend your selection or control to move by word. I do that in Windows a lot. I'll hold control and shift and move by whole words. Little tip there for you guys. Power user tip. Okay, and now we're gonna select our last time zone column. We've figured out a process. Sometimes all this is figuring out your workarounds. You don't always have to know tools. You just have to know how to work around them. That's a lot of what I do because I'm a brute force Methodist. That sounds so weird because that's an actual religion. What I mean by that, please don't take that out of context, is I will find the method that works even if it takes a lot of time. So like with 3D printing, I will, instead of paying for expensive software that has like parametric features where I can, after the model's done, like adjust one little section, I'll make a duplicate from an earlier time and be able to iterate on that. Like I create multiple save files or multiple things that I can pull back and adjust. If I'm going to do something in software that's one way, it's like in photo editing software, it's called destructive editing. When you make a change that actually affects the image, it would be like making a saturation adjustment on an image and it being permanent, as if you saved the image and loaded it back in. There's no option for you to go back. That's a permanent adjustment. That's what creating 3D models is like if you don't have parametric features, in a sense. The parametric features let you adjust at any point the scale of a certain part. But designing things in that way is extremely complicated. So I found some other software that I use that I don't use anymore. But basically, if I was using Blender to 3D model, you can't go back through it the same way you could with Fusion 360 because it's built up in different ways. So what I tend to do is try to make like a positive or a negative of something if I'm trying to make an interface, and then I save a lot of versions of it, and I'll load back another version if what I did didn't work and adjust it. Like version A, I try it out, and it turns out this little protrusion is in the way. Well, I saved version A, so I can reload version A and adjust it now. Now that's version A.1 or A.2. A.2, that works now, but there's a different spot now. Like we're trying to make a little slide for a drill battery. Well, spot 2 needs to get tweaked. So we're gonna iterate from version A. Whatever I said. And now that's created a new issue, but that version is better than the last one. That's how I brute force Methodist my way through limitations in software. That's like kind of my method is trial and error and iterative design. Anyway, it's a weird term. I should stop coming up with terms like that. But biscuits for the last few minutes. Okay. Knifey says, yes, I do the same with your Lego MOCs and your 3D model. I didn't know you 3D modeled. Dude, that's sick. I also didn't know you played with Lego. I got a friend that plays with Lego. Super freaking cool stuff. I just grew up without much Lego, so I never got super into it. Thank God, because I don't need another hobby. Okay, back in the software. We have, with the proper format, laid out our text. Now we need to convert it to the scaling and the font of this one, so we know we need to go Arial Black. And the height, this is wrong. We accidentally undid it. Was it 1.4? Let's see what 1.3 looks like. 1.4, hit enter. That looks pretty good. Okay, I don't know if we get an option to like copy text formatting and apply it. Yeah, I don't think I have a way of doing that. But I'm always trying to find those little tricks. Because if they're easy to remember, you can save yourself so much time. Anytime you can iterate things in processes that require a lot of iteration, you win, basically. That's what happens. You just win. I just realized I could have had a face cam this whole time. Yeah, I pretty easily could have done that. Let me snag HubSpot. We're going to move it up. And then we're going to drag this. I'm going to bring up LogiView and make sure that we overlap. Yeah, that's okay. It's not the best thing to look at. I'm not quite formatted right, but hey, oh well. No, we're just going to go back to what the heck. What am I talking about? Put you back up there. All right, get my face out of there. Looking goofy. Okay, so we'll select this. Arial Black font. We will drop this to 1.4 mil. And now we have our perfectly spaced. And I hope it lines up well in a way that makes sense. I think it works out okay. I could make this box smaller to kind of accommodate. That could look cool. We can look also. Need to make sure everything's kind of spelled somewhat right. I'll probably adjust the naming and fonts and whatever. If we pick this, what's our line spacing? Do we have that function inside of this software? Let's see. We do. Okay, so H space, horizontal space and vertical space. Okay, I think it might make sense to add. It's going to be a very small text. So let's add that. Oh, 8 is a little too much. I think 6. I think 6 is good. So we'll select each layer and we're going to add 6. And what I'm going to do is just select it, Control C, and then I can just go in to another layer, select all, and just Control V. That should apply on our way out as we click off. Yes. Okay. So that's slightly wider. I think that works well. I did want to add zeros. So like we had zeros here, because it's 24-hour time. That's kind of the thing. So I should have done that from the original source. That would have saved me time if I changed the formatting inside of Google Docs, but that's okay. This is actually, oh, I knew it was going to get me eventually. There we go. Okay, good there. And we'll go back to layer select that layer, go back to text. Let's see what our hotkey is, Control T. That's a little too much effort. And then we'll add our zeros here. For some reason on the 6, yeah, after 5 it moves over. And then I think down here we're gonna have some more. Yeah, okay. So zeros here. All right. Select Control T, was it, for text? Yes. do this. And then we probably have a little bit at the bottom. Yep. Oops. 0. Ah! 0, 0, 0. And then back to select, unselect. And that formatting is beautiful. And 3D print models. Do you 3D print, Knifey? Do you, like, obviously if you're making 3D model prints, you're printing. Do you have a printer, I should say? Do you have one at home that you use, or do you just make stuff and have it factory printed or whatever? It might be nice to have some boxes around this to kind of contain it. We could also change the font size and shorten the, you know, what this is. It probably doesn't have to say the region necessarily. Like, we know Melbourne is in Australia. Well, that's in the name, so we can't really shorten that. So we'll look at that a little bit. Okay, so we have our formatting done. We've picked out a font that we like. Now we can finally go back and decide, do we want our symbolism to be here, or do we want it to be underneath? I'm leaning a little bit more towards contained in here. I think if we put it in here, while it's a use of space, I think it's gonna leave a little bit of clutteredness. And I would feel like we'd want to add the lines and extend them through, and then that's just not going to make a whole lot of sense. It would be kind of cool though. You could kind of direct the lines, shoot them towards here, and then have lines that almost continue, but in reality, we don't need to get that complicated. Okay, so we need this will all be visual alignment, I think, is what we're gonna do. So let's drop this here. This is 0. So I guess I'll just put 0, because you can't plus or minus 0. Doesn't really make sense. Equals 0. Why don't we do that so we have a symbol in there? Okay. We're gonna leave that there for now. We'll go over here. This is +2. This one will be -6. This one will be +11. Okay. And that actually is going to look pretty cool, I dare say. Let's look at scaling. So selecting this, I like the font, but we got to go big. Makes sense. I think 2 mil. Let's look at 2¼ mil. Let's look at 2.5. That might be too big. Let's look at moving this around. And honestly, that looks beautiful. We'll leave a little gap at the bottom, but keep the sides tighter. Let's go over here. Control T for text selection, and then we're going to put in our 2.25. I'm going to copy that and we'll apply it. I'm going to go back over here and make sure I thought so. So we actually did 2.5. Enter. Okay. Then we'll click away, hit escape a couple times to deselect, grab this, and start aligning it. So I'm just going to reference the other one. We're about 1 mil off the bottom. Sides are tighter. I'm actually going to move this way up and then drag it back down. I don't actually need to hold shift. Yeah, control gives me total freedom. So I'm going to hold control instead of shift. I was too close to the original binding. So it was not working super well. I like the horizontal line that we're lined up on. So I like that there. I think we're going to leave that there. Zooming out, I think that's very legible. Okay, we'll go over here and we'll select this layer. Control T for our text selection. Click it again. We'll paste what we copied, apply it, and then we're going to go back to our selection. And now we're going to move this. This one can be bigger. Why do I feel like this one could be so much larger? Why does that feel so different? It doesn't look bad. It really doesn't. I think we could move it down slightly because it is higher up in a sense. To be closer to the others. Like it's tighter here. I'm looking at getting the distance here to here, 2 to the wall and plus to the wall in a way that makes sense. Can I do this real quick so you can see my face? Okay. So what I'm thinking here is, let's say 2 is close to the wall, is, you know, X amount, and plus is X amount to the wall. I don't need that distance to be perfectly identical. I want it to balance. I'm looking for balance here. So I actually have a slightly bigger gap on the larger side of the element. So the 2 is larger. So I have a bigger gap on that side compared to the positive side. And that's not necessarily the size of the letter. It could also be the shape. I don't know. It's like it's composition is exactly what it is. And I only know it from photography. And composition to me is about balance and structure. You create shapes out of things and elements in the image, and you use those shapes to either balance a frame or to guide your eyes in a certain way. You could have leading lines that lead to your subject, or you can balance colors and how much of it fills the frame to have a relationship to each other. It's a composition thing, and it's a weird topic that I don't really understand. I have a book on it I haven't read, but I have kind of a feel for it. So that's kind of what's happening here with that 2, and what I'm talking about when I'm like looking at the 6 and stuff like that. So anyway, before I get way too esoteric, that's my problem. I don't think I changed the font on the other one. Holy freaking jeez. Why is that so much larger? Our spacing has changed. Why has that changed? So we have our horizontal space between the letters has changed here. And I'm curious, why is our 11 ginormous? Is the plus the plus is identical. It's just so much bigger. We're gonna decrease the horizontal space, and then we're gonna shoot for 2 1/4. Man, that's still. We're gonna decrease the horizontal space into the negatives. I'd rather it be the 1 to 1. Do we have a space here? That's kind of what I'm wondering now. There's not a gap between it. Why? Why is... It's 2 digits. I'm an idiot. That's why. So yeah, you can't always have things the same size. Sometimes you gotta scale it because it visually looks bigger, even though it's like the Parthenon, how the columns aren't actually straight, and there's no straight angles on the long shapes. They're all curved. No straight lines on that structure, and it's all for optical illusions when you are at a distance. So this still needs to go smaller. Let's go for 2 mil. That's looking much closer. Sometimes I wonder if graphic design lessons would actually be really useful for me. So I just, even to have words and terminology for the things that, like, the word hinting keeps coming to mind. I know it's for font, but it feels like I am working with various containing spaces. All right, we're turning the size up on that one slightly. We're going to reposition it. We'll go for a full 3 mil. That is looking better. Much better. And we've got that nicely situated. This and that look nice. And this. What if we move it up just a touch? Okay. I think that's fucking awesome. Go me. I think that will be legible because it's even bigger than all the text down here. So now we decide the bottom. Do we want... I think we want the containing shape to be smaller. I like the spacing that we have here. It's also what's working for us. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this. Yeah. We'll delete the outer line. We can always go back. We can undo it. And then I'm going to drag from the outside. I'm going to hold Control so we adjust both sides. And it's equidistant, so we actually need to move the inner part. Okay. So now I need to select this stuff and select that, and then can I center vertically? Fuck. Hang on. I think I don't want to select. So there's some other options. I was thinking something through here. I could select all of this and I could click group. Grouping would mean that, why don't I get myself in frame here. Set that as new position 2. So grouping would mean that instead of selecting it and it's just the column that I select, when I click on one, it selects all of them. The problem is when you ungroup it, I think it would go down to its individual items. It would probably go to each, it might put it out into each like individual text. I'd have like 100 selections instead of 4. So there's a risk to doing that. I know in DaVinci Resolve, if I group multiple video layers together with an audio layer, when I later, so it's called linking in that software. So I have a clip where I'm talking, showing something, and I want to add in B-roll. And I throw that on top, and I don't like cut it into the other one, I just have it over top, so it supersedes it, and that's the layer that you see now. I will oftentimes link those together so that when I select one, it selects both. And that's handy for being able to move a whole section around. The problem is when you go to unselect that, it unbinds the audio layer from the original video layer. So now you have 3 items that should have been 2. Then you have to go back, pick the right 2 and recombine them. It's one of those destructive processes that I try to avoid, that we were talking about earlier. Okay. Biscuits. So, I have a challenge. I don't, because with the linking in Resolve, it sometimes things don't stay consistent through undo functions. And it doesn't always work out for you. That's why building stuff like this can be really good to build it on like a central grid. Like you pick, you build it off of the grid and then you can always align it to that. This has been all self-referenced. So I think we have to visually align this now, which is okay. We're doing really good at it. And apologies if my voice is shaking or anything. It's really cold in here. I have a vent and it's not blowing air because it got even colder then. But it's not good. I need to do it better. But no, we move. As Bong Scoppy says, we move. Okay. I like this better. It's fairly well done. Let me add in the border again to this. What was that? Alt-O? And that is, we're gonna hit OK. I think that looks very much identical. Yeah. And I like it. Oh, it looks so freaking cool. I'm very, very excited. We like to move it, move it. We like to move it, move it. We like to move it. Man, that was such a good movie growing up. Okay, I like this a lot. I think we can look at... I have an idea for something to do to segment these just a little bit visually, but I think we need to adjust. We need to decide on our text here. My time makes no sense, and we don't need to have Australia. So let's get in here, and we'll do our... Try to learn our hotkeys here. We'll do Control-A for text. Selected it, and that is working. Okay. So we'll just dial that back to Melbourne. South Africa looks correct. Maybe we spell out United Kingdom. Yeah, that looks better. Or we put London. Let's put London. Not me spell checking myself. Yeah, I don't know why I would think that would be Eton. Okay. We're good there. And Melbourne is also correct. Huh, doing pretty good. Okay. I suck at spell. So, why don't we put this as like my actual location? So, how would we phrase that? Corn country. Yeah. Is it too big though? Okay, let's see what uppercase looks like. No. Do we want to select that, have that as bold, or italic? Oh, this applies to the whole layer, so we'd have to separate that, which we could do. It almost would look nice to have the time italics, but I really don't want the corn country. I don't want the label of the city to be that. Okay, so if I select London, let's say, I can't select. It's all selected. So then if I right click, I would click away, right click, damn it. Layer selection. It's a layer. So I'd have to group on group, select it, right click. Lock selected shapes. Interesting. Midwestern US. Yes. Corn country. Yep. You can figure that from the time zone, but yeah, corn country for sure. Dang. I could delete London from this layer and add in another one, the corn belt. I don't know if it's a belt. It's just it's an amoeba. An amoeba of corn, I would say. If I looked up corn country, it would probably be a weird growth looking shape. I think I do want to do this. So we'll go to the time expense of it. Did I move that? I did. God damn, that's annoying. Okay, so I've selected it. We'll just go to text. Actually, that's maybe a really good reason to use the text selection. We're going to do that in the future. I don't like it initially because I think if I click in the wrong spot, I'm making a new text layer. It doesn't indicate that you've selected a text layer. But you know as soon as you alter it, That's beautiful. We're going to leave that. Yeah, so we're going to use the text to select from now on because I selected by clicking and I moved it slightly. And I would hate to find that out after all this work and I couldn't just undo it easily. Okay, so now we're going to add a new text layer. And we're going to have to put it off to the side, I think, unless... Okay, we go back and we unselect everything. Then we go to this and I'm going to try to place it close. And we're going to do corn country. Okay. Let's look at... Oh, no, I did... Sorry. That was a weird noise. I did select it. So I can't align this the way I want, which is annoying. So I'm going to click way out to the side. Hang on. If I select that... There we go. There we go. There's your indicator. Okay. So when I select a text layer, when your cursor goes away from the I-beam back to your little selection mouse, you are off that selection. You will not be re-clicking in it, which is really handy to know. So I have something to reference and look at. I am out of water. We're going to just keep trooping along here. Okay. So we'll type out our corn belt. I do kind of like corn belt though, dude. But the corn belt goes across so many time zones. We'll do corn country still. Or it's got the juice. Okay, now we can move this and... Oh, it automatically tries to center it to this other layer. Okay. So they're supporting me in my decisions here. This is great. Okay, we're going to reduce our horizontal space now. And do we increase the vertical? That doesn't do anything. We're going to increase the height. Let's go for 2. And we're going to we'll go negative 2 on our deal there. And that's also on a new layer. So let me select it. What is our text on? That's on layer 1, which is a blue layer, but I can't tell very well with these glasses. They filter certain wavelengths of light, so it's yeah, it's a thing. I think that's too big, but it could work. So we'll go back to text, put that there, and we'll type out our next place, United Kingdom. Get rid of that. Escape again, and then we should hit escape again. Now we center this. That doesn't quite center though. So we'll center it here. I'm gonna let go. And then I'll grab it again, hold shift. I'm gonna try to visually align the base. I'm being silly. I could select both. Align objects horizontally. We're gonna do center. It moved it very slightly. I think that looks good. I think that's gonna work. Okay, we'll carry on. Escape, Control T, select off, and this will be South Africa. Watch me misspell something here and then look like an absolute idiot. Okay, and that is with all the settings that we like. So now we're gonna line this centered like, and we're gonna just move on. Control C. Oop, clicked off. There we go. Melbourne. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Ah, I see. So we accidentally selected this briefly, and that changed our default font in a sense. So I'm gonna undo this. I'm gonna go back over here and click that. No, that's not working. I'm gonna click this. That works. Okay, now I'll make sure I'm off over here. Type yes. So we picked up our font formatting correctly. Okay, that's good. Go back to this. Okay, I'm getting a feel for the software. It is well designed. and I can move in ways that, as long as you know how to move forward, you are not going to absolutely ruin things. Thank goodness. Okay, we're going to align centers. And I think that's not working. Dang it. It worked the first 2 times. Maybe if I select these 2. No. These 3. Try again. Align, height, center. They're all aligned. I want... Because we have the bottom here and the bottom on the Y, the bottom on the G. That's technically lower. So I was trying to go off the center, but it would also be different. So these 2 are slightly too low for these 2. So what I think I'm going to just do is do this manually. They're aligned vertically. I've selected both. I'm going to grab it, hold shift, and I'm going to move up and try to visually align this across. I think that's going to work. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, for my other idea, that would be to put a slight line, 3 lines, between each of these, just to visually segment this a little bit. So let's try a freehand, point there, hold shift. I don't want to go all the way down. In fact, I'm going to go less on the bottom. And then we're going to adjust the top. Oops. I want the top to be lower. This is completely a visual alignment. There's nothing. I could make it like a... You know, I could do that. Let's do that. We're going to make ourselves a little jig. So I'm going to grab here and hold. We'll go rectangle. I'm going to grab a point there, and we're going to go to an identical spot on this side. I keep getting stuck in the grids. That works, though, I think. So I think we're the same amount into that as that. Yes, we are. Okay, we're the same distance here to here. Now I have a center point here that gives me a visual reference, but it's not going to be available to see when I select off. So I need to alter this in some way. So I'm going to go to my node editor, and I'm going to click add node, and I'm going to just... That doesn't work. I have to go to this to select it. I have to right click, convert path to make it a path. Then I have to go to nodes, click on this, and then I'm going to try to find that middle, which it does not. It's not doing it for me. I was hoping, yeah, it's not a selection now. Okay, other idea. This box is a width of 14.118 millimeters. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to Control D, duplicate it. So we have 2 on top of each other. I'm going to select the top one, and in the width, I'm going to add a /2. Yes! Works like Blender. That's awesome. Okay, now you could keep making smaller and smaller boxes to indicate the middle, but here was my idea. I could drag this over until it lines up close enough. You could probably even find a way to get it to snap. Until it lines up with the edge. Now I have the exact middle between these 2 points. This is probably the stupidest way to do it. But like I said, I'm a brute force. I'm a brute force Methodist. God, that sounds so offensive. I shouldn't be saying that. But it's so funny at the same time. Okay, so now I have a jig and a line. The height. Let's look at the height, because now we're getting really precise. We're just below 2, so we should be just above to, yes, we are slightly off. Right? Are we? Am I thinking of this right? So we're basically, yes, there's a little bit of a gap between the end of the second one. So that would put us about there to be perfect. Now what I can do is select all of this, Control D to duplicate, move it over, hold Shift to align it, and then visually align the same distance to each side for the space between. That looks great. I'm going to duplicate again, Shift to stay on our alignment grid. I'm way too zoomed out, so I'm going to get it close. Zoom back in. We nailed it. We nailed it. We're so good. Okay, now I can delete these. Well, actually, I'm going to move it to that tool layer that's hidden. Cool. And we will eventually do that with these lines. But really quickly, we need to select them all. Alt-O to bring up our offset. And now I want to see different options. Rounded, I would like it to be pointed, honestly. But because it's one line, it's almost forced to either be squared off or rounded. And also doubled. So let's make it a 0.2 width in totality. Well, 0.15. 0.12. We're gonna do 0.12. I don't know why I'm getting so specific here. Sketchy. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, my guy. Big appreciation. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank God you just subbed because the ads started just now. I hope you're not in ads. I really hope that actually worked. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mod Knifey, for trying to use things I should have. However, I do not yet. Hey, 10 out of 10. I guess I've had 10 subs total. That's awesome. It's cool to see. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Sketchy. We are making a chart as a project. This is the mock-up that we did earlier. This is to convert the time zones that I frequently have to convert. So I have friends in UK, South Africa, and Melbourne, Australia. And I'm always trying to, they're always streaming, you know, I might catch them all midday or in the evening, but there's almost 12 hours between all of us. Well, more than that. So the mental math is too much, and I can't, you know, I'm going to make a complicated solution to a simple problem. I could just have 3 world clocks on a widget on my phone and just do that. But I think having a physical thing that I can just pick up and look at would be so cool. So I've been designing that today. And we're going to use the laser engraver to etch it. And we honestly are just about done. We're to the point of dialing in settings per layer and trying to optimize everything. Guys, I can't decide. I like the reference here. I like the curves inside of the square with the subtle outer curve here. That's really kind of cool. But should we radius these curves more? Like, I think I can just do this, right? I can select it. I think there's a radius tool. Is there a radius tool? I'm pretty sure. I know there's some is some way of doing it. Shape properties, corner radius. There it is. So here's the thought. Would it be better? I'm gonna move this to our tool layer briefly, and I'm gonna do the same offset. What was this, 0.9? Guys, is this better? I can't decide because the square versus the round is cool. It emphasizes the round. But is the rounded on the rounded? Because it looks like it looks like a TV. You liked it with the right angles. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Because, you know, you don't want to do too much of the same thing, right? Oh, God, it entered each one. I think we want the hard square there. So, yeah, we'll go with that. I like it. God, it looks so... It's like looking at a 60s TV showing a map worldview or something. Okay. So that's good. We'll need... What do we need? What would you... We need to add... Oh, shit. Yeah, it does look like an old TV. Actually, it does. It does. Okay. What do we do here? So we've got the font. We've got our letters. I thought of a really simple way to make this all happen easily at the end and still maintain. Basically what you can do is, I think you can select everything, right click, and flatten? Or am I thinking of other? I'm thinking of photo editing. No, I could select it all and move it all to one layer. It's about time. What? I missed what that reference is. What'd I say? I forgot what I said. Okay, so we can do that. That's gonna be simple. We'll end up making this like an image. And we'll have it scan all across. That might be a really freaking good idea. Because when we look at the preview, but weren't closed, these have been removed because they cause problems. Okay. Hopefully that's not a problem. So when we look at what the actual laser is going to do, it's going to draw these lines. It's going to fill in all these. It's going to fill from one line to another is what it's going to do. But the problem is we have all of this on different layers. So it's going to be performing operations on top of other operations. And I don't know if that's going to be good because it might look extra bright at these points. So I think the plan of moving everything to one layer, but still maintaining all the other layers for being able to isolate things is a really good idea because it should mean that it all becomes one operation. Fuck yeah, we're learning so much shit. I feel like an expert. Okay, one thing I want to add last is on our land masses on this one planet we call Earth. See ya, Sketchy. I'll see you later, man. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your sleep. Have a good rest. So on our land masses, I want to indicate that it's different than the ocean. What I'm considering is hash marks, so iterative lines diagonally. It would also be really cool to do that for the ocean. Let's start with the land. I don't want to overcomplicate it. You know, you need open space to compensate for busy space. So I think it makes sense to have land be... Does it? Fuck. We're just going to do it, see how it looks, and try something else. I'm going to hit save. Put so much work into this so far. We've been working on this to 4 hours. But it's awesome. This is so cool. I feel like a genius. Okay, so we'll go back to our layers, and I'm gonna toggle until I find the layer I want, and then I'm gonna turn off all the other layers. What the fuck? There we go. Okay, so this is the layer I want. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. Can I do that from in here? I don't think I can. So what I'll do is select Control D to duplicate, and then I'm gonna just add it to a layer that we don't already have. We'll do layer 2. And I'll copy settings from that first layer. I'm gonna paste it over there. So now we have an identical duplicate, toggling off that first layer. And now looking at this, I can modify this all I want and will never ruin the original copy. So the fact I've been going for like 3 hours and I've just had the laser idling with all this noise and I've been wearing the glasses because of it is ridiculous. This could have been a lot easier for me, but you know what? We're doing good. We're still doing good. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Turn the mic gain down just a touch. Actually, let's add filters. We could do with a compressor, and we'll dial back the ratio a touch, dial the threshold down a bit. We're going to boost the gain output. Let's add a limiter. Okay, and we'll dial that back like 7. Release. Let's make it a little bit quicker, I would say. Okay, and I'll look back at my levels, and that's way better. That should be better for you guys. Biscuits on the audio changes. Okay, so back in here, now I can kind of yell into the mic, and it's not going to absolutely blow everybody's eardrums out. I need to have this inner part affected. So we basically, I want to use it like a mask. So I might need to break this. Oh, that could be really complicated. I can right click, ungroup. So now I get individual shapes, is that correct? But they're not. They're not quite. How do how do this? Because the closed shape that it's picking is actually wrong. I want to be able to select and get that. I'm gonna undo it. So now when I select, I get, undo again. When I select, I get the whole thing. Okay. Let's get our lines going. So I'll just do a diagonal here. We'll do a bigger diagonal so that it works properly. I'm going to do from here all the way. What am I doing? Idiot. I got to go from here. What is the hotkey for this? Control L. That's easy. Not. Click this, and we'll always go through a corner. There we go. And then get rid of that. Now we can, dang it. Now we can select that, and we'll go to our array function, and we're just going to add columns to the X. So what you guys will see here as we add the columns is it's going to add more lines past it, but we're going to reduce this X spacing until that looks good. I think let's just dial in 2 so it's a nice round number. Oops. Yuck. I'm gonna undo that. Put in array again. Okay. Now we're back. So we really need a lot. So what does 20? I keep hitting enter because I use the numpad. I always punch in that after. Let's see what 50 looks like. I'm gonna go with 70. So So we have plenty. Oh, sorry. There's so many cool functions in here. Shift by half, reverse direction. Is there... There's a virtual array. That's cool. I wanted to see if I could make it go both directions, like positive X and negative X. Shift. Oh, that's pretty cool too. Okay. Anyway, I got distracted. Cool. I'm going to hit group results so it's all one layer. And then I'm going to just drag this back holding shift and make sure it covers all the landmass because we just want this affecting the landmass. I'm going to move all this to a separate layer. I don't know if it needs to be, but we're going to. And it's not going to work. It's really not going to work. But okay, so if we select from top to bottom, we can select all that. And then, well, we need to both. So I'll drag from the left. We selected both. I'm going to hit. Now there's no boolean because it's not closed shapes. So we would want to mask. We would want to mask this. It's just the challenge of doing that. Like I would love to just erase almost for some of these. How can I get this without actually filling in each shape? How can I project these lines over this? Because then it's not fully closed everywhere. This is a challenge. We've encountered a lot of challenges today, but we've overcome a lot at the same time, which is very, very exciting. I could break lines. How easy is that? Can I go into the node editor and break? Click to delete an existing node. Press D, okay. This is, okay. Is there like a line segment delete? Smooth an existing node. Interesting. Convert a node to a corner. Cool. What is this one? Click to break a shape at a node. So it's not a shape. It's just a line. Okay, what we're going to try to do is add a node just inside here, right? Or do I need to convert this to a path? Or the L key. We can also just press the L key. Sounds like a name, L key. We'll try this. We'll go back to select, right click. Yeah, there's no path. It is a path. The path. We could convert it to a bitmap. Can we erase bitmaps? That could work, but this isn't photo editing software. I mean, there's no like erase and alpha layers and saturation. It's all monochrome. Anyway. Okay, so where are we? I'm gonna sneeze. Not quite. Bummer. Okay, so we selected this. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Hang on. I turned the... I did turn the... no. We're going with it. We committed. We're going with it. Okay. So... we'll try this again. We're going to go to Node Editor. Click on a line or curve to insert a new node. That's exactly what this is. But is it because we've grouped it? That might be our problem. Okay, we're gonna right click, ungroup. So now when I select, we get individual lines. Yes? What? How? What's happening? Why does it seem like it's sub-grouped? Like there's... Oh, it's a bounding box. So when I move, it's just one. Okay. We're good. We're good. I think that was our problem. We had lines grouped, so it couldn't identify which line. Yeah, sometimes, you know, software doesn't always tell you, doesn't always hold your hand. Okay, so now if I select here... Ah! Maybe I just had to double click the whole time. Damn. Okay, so I've done that. Now if I delete... this, we have now moved our line in. Okay, this could be a really convoluted way of doing it, but we're going to try this. So I'm going to double click, add a node, double click, add a node, double. This might be the equivalent of erasing, is what we're doing. And honestly, if I finish this and then realize that the lines are not what I wanted, that's going to be really annoying. I also need to do both sides. Cool. This gets complicated. Am I actually on the right? Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, the landmass, I need to presume where that is. So I'm selecting... Oh, I just need to click once. Thank God. Nope. If it's the same line, I can click once. This is challenging. So what? Do I just do one line and go down it? That sounds weird. Clicking to break it up and then delete the outsides. So, okay, so let's find our delete hotkey. So if I hover over this and press D, yes, D, 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 D. Look. This is so exciting. Okay, and then our other hotkey for this default is L. That's going to be kind of a pain. Okay, so where a line interacts, we don't need this line. Why no work? Okay, select, then delete. Okay, that makes sense. This doesn't count on anything that I care about, so we'll do that. And then this one we will select, double click for that, and then delete that side. This is pretty intuitive, guys. I'm impressed. This is gonna be so freaking cool and absolutely worth it. So we can delete that side. We can delete that side, correct? Yes. Wow. This is impressive. What you're able to do. Okay, why don't we add in this? Delete the outside. That one's good to delete. We need to add this one down here. Delete that. Cool. The only way better would be if we had like a pin and we could just draw and it would like automatically select and then delete for us. Or not delete for us, but like a knife tool. Can that work? No, it's a selection. But yeah, hovering over it is working exceptionally well. This isn't very user-friendly. I'm gonna cut the bottoms. Like, I just know down here's clear. We don't have Hawaii in here. Poor Hawaii. Watch me follow somebody religiously next month from Hawaii, and then I'm just like, crap, I need to add a time zone. So I'm just going to go through and work on this bottom edge that I know is... Can I move that? I'm going to just undo and move this closer because it's going to be so tight. I'm running along the bottom edge where I can see, where I know there's nothing that's going to get in the way, and cutting all that away. I'll run down Brazil here as well. We'll do the same thing. I'm leaving a gap here and not going directly on the line because it's cool. I think it's just going to look cooler that way. Oh, delete also deletes the node or line. I think I've probably read that like 3 times now, but that's cool. That's intuitive. We're doing good. We are doing really good here. We'll go very close here. And now we'll add that at the top edge. So yeah, here's the problem is I don't want to just delete that line because it runs through the middle of Africa and then straight through like Asia, Russia. So can't quite do it all super easy. This is complicated for sure. But it's, you know, it's worth it. It is worth it. This is a cool project. So I think we can delete the bottom side of this one. And I think we can delete the bottom side of this one. I like it. I like it. I like how this is going. Here's somewhere we can add. And this one needs top. And then we can delete that segment. Just gonna lock in here. This is precise and oddly satisfying. This one, is it not done? We can delete that. That's kind of weird. I guess I could follow each line out and work the whole line down, whole line through. But it's a little weird to move like that. Because you don't know for sure what that intersects. But, you know, anytime you can eliminate something from your bigger problem, you will have an easier picture of what is to come, what is left. So I can go through and delete these lines that I know I'm not going to need. And that helps. This also, New Zealand is not going to be on anything. Okay, so we got some space cleared. Some mental space. Let's do up here. So click this, follow it through. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. So I am learning. And we're done with that line. Yeah, okay. This one, let's see if we've got a spot there. We can delete that. We'll add this segment. And we'll run this through here. delete that. Delete. Yeah, it does kind of work to move down the line. I just lean my head. Because you can delete behind you as you go. As soon as you have a point, you could delete. Just about. Any space between 2 points can go away. It's actually a lot like how I edit. Yeah, that's wrong. My hand wasn't so cold because it's so absolutely freezing in this room. I'd be having a really good time. Oh yeah, that's not a landmass, so that was correct. This is a coastal area. Okay, now we're on to this one. Which, what am I? Oh, I fucked up. This is the landmass. What a challenge. This is so challenging. Okay, I can add segments, right? So if I click this node and then I click this node, it doesn't make a line. If I select and select, no line. If I drag this node to this node, do they join? Or do we have two segments on top of each other now? I also don't think it matters. So I'm going to hit delete, correct? Undo. Yeah, we need to draw this one out. No, we can delete it. We can delete it. So these need to connect. So we need to drag and connect these two. Weird that you can't do it like that. Oh, you have to go to selection mode. Okay, well, it's aligned now. I've basically created a new line. So just on this one, I will fix this because we don't need the line on the bigger edges. So yeah, a little bit of work to fix. I got a little bit into it. That is okay. That's what happens. Oh, and that just lines up. Pretty cool. And that can be deleted, and this can be deleted. So now this only hints on the landmass. I think this one needs to go. Do we mark? Here's some of the weird questions that I get for myself as I do stuff like this. There's no point to having a line in the ones that don't have an outline. Glad I looked. This is irrelevant because this is all filled in. This is already a line. So all these little ones that I've added in, useless. Only the ones that cross through the inner circle count. And this is technically the inner circle. It's such a confusing concept. And I almost wish I did a denser grid array to catch more hinting at some of these things, but no, it can't be crazy like that. So yeah, I'm gonna go around. We're gonna mark inside of the shape that I am currently working with and familiar with, and then we'll look at the big picture because I keep looking too close. Okay, and this, I guess it does cross here. Okay, we already got that. So I'm going to mark it out here and get rid of that whole section. We can get rid of that section. And over here, what do we have? Get rid of that. Over here, yes. Yes. Okay, so this, all of this crap needs to go. Technically, it would not get, it would not be visibly marked, I don't think, because we're going to be filling across that. But I want to have a really clean file because I could convert this to a vector. And a vector file can be used in different ways because of how much resolution there is, essentially. And I don't want to distribute something that's going to break for somebody. I encounter that. Hey, okie dokie. It looks like we're in Tron from the future. Yeah, we're making a card. This is the mock-up we did a couple hours ago. And it's going to have time zones. Get a pin to point with. For different areas. And those will be listed in this chart, and I can convert them. So what we have right now, it's all the time zones we're going to do. So bottom 2 layers is what we're working with. I'll turn all this on. Turn that off. This is a little bit hard to look at. We're going to move this layer all the way down again. So here's the layout for what we have right now. And I just realized being centered, you guys probably aren't seeing the right things. Silly formatting. But, yeah, so this will be a card that'll be cut out. And I'll give you a preview. Show me. Oops, I didn't need to be shown that. Continue. It'll kind of look like this. Kind of like a 60s TV effect. With the shape, the box with the kind of rounded corners on the inside. But yeah, I've isolated the time zones. So my time zone, UK, South Africa, and Melbourne, Australia. And I've marked +11, GMT, +2, 0, and -6 for each one. And then I've included a conversion chart. So my time zone in Corn Country, if it is currently 3 p.m., so 1500, it will be 9 o'clock over there, or 23, 11 o'clock, and 1. Yes, the laser is making all the noise. I can literally turn it off. I have had the emitter part of it turned off this whole time, but my rule is if I hear the laser, my glasses stay on, and I kind of just kept the glasses on, which meant I kept the laser on. So it's been 3-4 hours of laser noises in the background, and I'm just going with it. It really is unnecessary. But consistency, I guess. Consistency. So what we're doing right now is with our last 2 layers here, we are isolating in, and we're adding these hash marks to land masses, and it's gotten really complicated. And I've messed up a few things, but we're doing it. We're carrying on here. How's your Saturday been, okie dokie? So we can delete this, and we can delete that. And I'll just add our segments. All along here. I could have known that answer. Of course it's been okie dokie. That's great. Have you gotten to do any more shooting with the ZR? If you have time to hang around, I have some new camera gear to unbox. That is going to be the other segment of this stream. We've just gotten it distracted with the off-the-cuff awesome project. Okay, and then that can go. And Yeah, at least we can kind of see that. You guys can kind of see that. Sort of. Things are happening. It doesn't necessarily make sense. I need to position this properly on the screen so you guys can see it. But we can delete that segment. This segment. That one. That one. Not this one yet. There we go. And that can go. Right? Yeah. Holy, okay. So we have the North America done. Greenland is done. We can we? I think South America is finished. So this segment clears everything, so we can. Let's go back into our line mode. Select that and delete it. Good. These need to go away. We discovered earlier. Okay. This all goes. So let's just add these nodes. Okay. And yes, we can delete. Delete. Yep. Shot some footage with the 6K 60F R3D RAW, and it's crazy good. That's awesome. Still figuring out good settings. I think it's you'll mainly stick with 4K, 24, 30, and 50, and 60K and R3D RAW. Hell yeah. Love unboxing new gear. See the box behind. Yeah. Got some stuff. Yeah, if you have time, I guess there's no reason I couldn't do it right now, beyond the fact that I would like to continue with this just marginally more than unboxing it right now, but I can always edit later. So if you are able to watch now, I can just dive into that and do it. Or if you think you'll be around later, then I do it now. Take a break from the screen. You're not wrong. We're going to shut the laser off. Could have done it the whole time, but the laser's off now. The other good thing here, I can take these glasses off. Thanks. That was a really good idea. So laser glasses filter specific wavelengths where the lasers are usually tuned to. So 355 nanometers, which is out of our sight range, but it's ultraviolet. Around 5 to 600 is a vibrant blue. Those are blue diode lasers. They're the kind of cheapy ones. And then 10,000, sorry, not 10,000, 1,080 nanometers and roughly is in the infrared range. But you end up getting a lot of bleed off between those different ranges. So blue did not look like blue for the longest time on the screen. My eyes have been... lasers equal not good for eyes. Yes. You can't see infrared. You can't see ultraviolet at like low intensities, but they still damage your eyes. So it's like you can't even tell when the laser's on. With a visible light laser, they're almost safer in some ways because you'll be blind, like you'll react to it. Not that you can save yourself. You can do damage before you even blink. But for off-axis stuff, like if I had the laser running in the back, the whole room would get lit up with reflected light. So you always, goggles always. All you see is it's bright light too, right? For visible, yeah. But I think literally what would happen for the other ones is you'd probably feel pain and you'd probably go blind if you took a direct hit. The concern with lasers is it's collimated light, so all the rays travel together, so you can have a bundle of light at extreme intensities that may go infinitely and not diverge or converge and dissipate. So theoretically, if you hit a reflective surface, the light could bounce and reflect back to your eyes. So even if you're not looking directly, you can have secondary and tertiary reflections. Within seconds, I would say. I'm not gonna ever test it. I've considered doing it like a laser safety video and getting some like pig eyes or something to demo with, because the wavelengths would affect your eyes differently. Like ultraviolet, I think, would hit your retina. UV would be absorbed in the lens, and visible would probably just somewhere in there, because the wavelengths only penetrate so far depending on whatever. But yeah, not cool stuff. So yeah, I always keep the glasses on if I hear the lasers running. But yeah, we'll do some unboxing, take a brief break from the clicky. And great thing is our wireless mic has fully charged. And another good thing, okie dokie, I'm getting another mic. So this is the Hollyland Lark M2S. They are little clip mics. Let me get this old screen out of here. There we go. And we'll just reset the transform here. So yeah, these little guys. I've probably shown them before. No sus items in this unboxing, hopefully. Hopefully not. So yeah, the mic is actually the front part, transmitter's on the back, and you have one button. It's pretty much invisible, per se, as far as mics go, when you clip it on, which is really nice. But these transmitters are kind of weak, in the sense that when I was doing my backflip videos, I tried it out for a session or two, and when I turned my back and walked more than like 10 feet from the camera and the receiver, it lost connection. Whereas the Rode Go 2s were fine. So I bought a third. Can I backflip right now? Yes. It would hurt. I haven't trained in 4 months, something like that. I was getting plantar fasciitis in my heels, my Achilles, pretty bad from it. And it just I was training every weekend. So it kept doing that. So I have taken a break just to heal. And then I'll probably reintroduce that project in a different way and make that whole video a different thing. But yeah, I could technically do one now. I'd want to warm up it slightly, for sure. But let's get this. I'm gonna get this mic plugged in. Okay, I've got two microphones going. That's gonna sound weird. We'll do an audio check too, because this could be confusing. Hey, not bad. Okay, that's good. Yeah, kind of a weird visual cue there for what actually worked. We're gonna take a very short break. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, leave the microphone. Be right back, and then tree boxes to unbox camera gear and lighting stuff. So, BRB. Not into it. I will be a couple more minutes. The kitty cat is being an absolute menace, so I will feed her and distract her briefly. So let me put an actual BRB up in case anybody drops in. Why is that layer so low? Short break, but then we play with lasers. Opposite. Then we unbox. Okay, we'll call it good. BRB, be back shortly. All right, coming back from the break. I need to close the window. It's freezing in here. So you will hear me rummaging off frame. That's what I'm doing. I have a vent that runs into the window when I run the laser, but it's not very well sealed up, so it's been getting quite cold. But yeah, we're gonna open these boxes, see what's inside. Yeah, let's go, Knivey. We can turn this light way down. We had this super bright earlier, and then maybe we'll get some nice heat back in the room from all these lights. And let's do this kind of over the shoulder thing we did. I gotta say, having these wall mounted lights is awesome. Great if you have space. All right. Which should we open first, guys? The biggest one? The smallest one? I know what I would do. I would do smallest to biggest, and then be surprised when the most exciting thing is in the smallest. That would be my luck. I vaguely remember 2 of these things, and I've kind of forgotten the third. Wow, exposure, good God. All right, what do we got? 9, let's bring you way down. 3. Is this right? No. I can't tell. It's okay-ish. We can turn this one down. Just a little bit of fill. This is the side. Oop, wrong way. It's pretty good. And then I think we just have light burn blasting. It's like a fill. There we go. Much better. Then we have a little bit of ambient light from the window bleeding through, but that should be okay. Grab the knife. Okay, everything looking good over there. Audio looks good. I'm gonna clean my phone lenses right quick, because we might do some close-up stuff with the with Droid Cam. I think there's the gosh darn fingerprint. Let's clean the front one up. Cool. Good deal. Nice clean phone. Good, and then I'm going to briefly check on one of my lurks. Yes! Good. Okay, I'm excited now because I get to raid back to a buddy. He's had good support today. So, all right, let's go smallest to biggest, and we'll see if that is what actually works out making sense here. I'm going to swap Cameras. Yeah. Nice. Nice and good. We'll make this kind of our zoomed in version. We'll set this as position 2. Cool. Let's compare to position 1. That's a snappy transition, I gotta say. Nice. Okay. And cam 1, we'll call, oh, this is cam 1. Cam 2, call it this one. And let's move the mic out of the way. And let's clock in a manual exposure on this bad boy. Because I don't like this. Let's go global. And compensate under by 2 1/3 stops. Too much. Let's go 1 1/2 stops under. I think that could work since we have a lot of highlight here. So, oh, it's nice having that window closed. Gets really hot or cold in here. Daylight today. Well, I never did an intro at the beginning, so welcome in everyone to Channel Fimorth on Twitch and Better Done Right on YouTube. We've been doing a lot of work with the laser today. We've been doing a really fun project that I've gotten completely wrapped up in, and we will get back to it and finish it up today. But we're taking a little bit of a hiatus, and we're going to do the unboxing that I wanted to do today, which was actually the original reason that I started streaming at all. I like to capture the first initial reaction and the initial unboxing and go from there. But we have 3 boxes, camera related, light related, and we're going to start with the smallest, as makes sense to me, I guess. So I remember what 2 of these items are, but the size of the boxes confuses me. So I obviously should know what they all are, but I forget. So let's look in here. We have a used oh, I do know what this is, and I'm glad I got this. I think. Maybe it's not what I think. So much bubble wrap. Oh. Yeah, this is gonna be a good lead-in. If you don't know what the rest of this is a handle. Where's my switch here? So without an absolutely closed in shot, but yeah, you can tell a little bit. So this was B&H used, but it's in good shape. I mean, it's a piece of metal. It's gonna work great. Yeah, this is a handle with a rosette mount on it, which is just a kind of lock-in connection, but it can be adjusted to a lot of different angles. But what's really cool about this is it has kind of a cheese plate. So there's a bunch of 1/4 20 and 3/8 holes perforating through this. There's even at the bottom here a 3/8, and it's got 4 RE locating pins around it as well. So that's very exciting. So this will be somewhat riggable. Put this to the side. We'll get maybe a better look at it later. Okay, we'll open up this box now. And this could be the light component, or it could be the other thing that I'm really excited about. Oh, is this two? It's a twofer. Cool. Okay, we got two things in here. I'm going to look at the smaller one first. Why not? So we have the small rig. This keeps sliding on me. Super clamp. I have these all over. I use them all the time for rigging and such. Trying to do a slip camera transition. Come on, buddy. There we go. So yeah, this is Small Rig Super Clamp. It is a rubberized metal clamp with a really strong clamping force. And then it has some threaded holes so you can mount this to a magic arm, to a phone mount, all kinds of things. These are really, really affordable. They're, I think it was, I guess I could look. I do actually have the sheet. $10. $9.99 for two. So these are $5 a piece. And holy, are these things useful. I have a bunch that go on magic arms. So these let you mount monitors in different positions, or in my case, I've been mounting phones in different positions to get different angles. And they're super handy. You can mount lights, all sorts, but they get even handier when you have a super clamp. The super clamp just threads in at the bottom, and it will clamp onto round things, flat things, anything it can get its jaws around, it will clamp very, very firmly. And these have always been really, really smooth to use, and I really like them. Now I've noticed a difference. So I've bought ones that came with a magic arm from Small Rig, and these are slightly different, which I'm a little bit annoyed by, but I can mix and match. I don't need this other style on both ends. And the difference is non-existent. It's identical. I was thinking that the 3/8 side on the other ones I had were with RE locating pins. They are not. Just checked. They are not. So yeah, these are identical. Good deal. Kind of makes sense. Why would you make a bunch of weird versions of one product, I guess? But yeah. So I was thinking of the Sirui one. So this is a Sirui phone mount up here, and it came with a little magic arm and a super clamp. And the super clamp, again, does not have a 3/8 mount. I don't know where I'm thinking of the 3/8 with RE locating. But yeah, I replaced the Sirui clamp and magic arm because the clamp was not as smooth, and then it wouldn't clamp very tightly. It felt like you're really struggling. It had not as much leverage, but the whole threading didn't seem, the thread pitch. Let me look at the thread pitch. It looks like the thread pitch may be more coarse, so less leverage on the Sirui. And then the pivots or something with the machining doesn't feel as smooth. There's something that just doesn't quite work very well. But the Small Rig, they figured it out. They figured it out. It's really good. So yes, now I have enough clamps that even the one that I've sacrificed to go on the Small Rig magic arm for the phone mount, that can stay on there permanently. And now I can have more super clamps to double up on my arms, my little magic arms. Okay, we've got one more thing here. This is the lighting components, and this is from Amaran. And it goes with the light that we unboxed not too long ago, the Amaran Ray 60C, which is an RGB W. They've got their own light engine. It's I don't know if they have a specific name for it. I forget the technical name, but this is really exciting. This is a Bowens mount Fresnel that, say, camera change. I know even you guys can see the remote. There we go. Lovely. So a little underexposed over here, but we'll rock with it. We'll rock with it. This is a mini Fresnel that is made for the beam angle of the Amaran. And I found out that the beam angle is tighter than typical. It's a 70-degree beam angle. I don't have a comparison for the exact degree angle of other lights that I have, but I do know it's much tighter. So you just have to make things that work well with that. But the exciting thing is this is a small Fresnel, and a Fresnel just concentrates light. It's basically just a focusable magnifying lens. And this is all plastic, which makes sense given the price. It's about $60, which is very affordable. It can go from a beam angle of 30 degrees to 15 degrees. You can kind of see the magnifying effect there. It is all plastic except for the screws. There's a kind of couple spacers that hold the front portion to the back portion. The dial here is rubberized. That feels really nice. And you know, for 60 bucks for a lighting accessory, you can get away with plastic construction all day long in my book. And this doesn't even feel like it's cheap plastic construction. This feels, you know, like it's just a lightweight construction. And that's why they did it. This is exciting though. So this comes with barn doors. And these are metal. I did not realize they would be metal. This is really nice. So it's got a metal hinge with a metal screw, metal bolts, backed up nicely. And the ring is plastic with a plastic retaining clip. So let me get Droid Cam out here and get you guys some close-ups. See if I have this set up properly. Connecting. It opened. Did not connect. I may have the wrong Droid Cam. Oh, I have it as a sub layer. My bad. There we go. We should get that full screen. There it is. Okay, so we'll get you guys some close-ups here. Sorry, I almost fell over. So this is the Amaran Mini Fresnel. You can see the Fresnel effect there. It has this rubberized texture on the outside. Let's see if I can operate this one-handed somewhat. And then you have your degree markings in there, your 30 degrees to your 15 degrees. This is a full Bowens mount, which honestly, it's hard to find lighting products that they don't have a proprietary mount. I get that Bowens isn't, you know, the greatest mount. It's not as sturdy as some, but it works fine for compact things. So why make a smaller mount? It's just because you're trying to be stingy, trying to force people into buying your your products, which I hate. So I always go Bowens. So this is the barn door. Really impressed by this. Metal doors, and then metal hinges. I'm trying to get a good angle for y'all. So yeah, a full metal hinge with metal bolts or screws, a set of probably slightly adjustable nuts tightening there. And let me see, I'm trying to figure out if autofocus is working or not. I don't think so. That's exposure. Auto white balance. Hello. Well, we have zoom. Okay, we switched cameras. I guess there's your close-up, guys. But yeah, all metal hinge. Nice resistance. It's not gonna slide out of position on its own or like settle. Anything like that. Sorry for the shaky cam. Comes with the territory. I do wish Droid Cam could have preset like 1x, 2x modes, because if I go wider than 1, it jumps to my wide angle cam, and that is no bueno. I can't quite dial it in, but yeah, there we go. Set focus for some reason, but we'll work with it. The back ring is all plastic. Shouldn't be a problem. And then we have a plastic clip here, but it is a metal bolt and metal spring that run through. So I believe this just clips on anywhere, any direction onto the light. So I've laid it on the bottom and I've pulled the lever back. And I think as long as I actually lay this on flat, it should lay down. I think I need to push this edge over slightly. It's a tight fit. It's good. Doesn't bother me. And there we go. The lever is locked down. So with this mounted on a light, yeah, the barn doors will not rotate. They will stay in place. Very cool. Let me bring out the super clamp so you guys can see that. So this is the super clamp from earlier. It has a 1/4-20 and a 3/8. There are no locating pins, but the pivots are really smooth. There's a nice, just the right kind of amount of built-in play here, so everything moves nicely. But it's got a really stout shape that's also really simple, just a single pivot back here. And then this kind of compound shape they have where it's round in the middle, but when you open this up, here, just enough. Don't get too dizzy, guys. God dang it. Try to do this one-handed, sucks. This could eventually be parallel with the bottom jaw. And if you can slide that onto something flat, like a table edge, you'll be able to clamp onto flat things too. So really versatile, really well engineered and thought through. Feels super smooth. Let's compare that to the Sirui. This is the Sirui one. It's got 2 pivots at the bottom, and I don't know if they lose any compounding with this design, not having the pivot in the center and the longer lever arms on the sides. But this thing does not grip very well. I don't like the shape out here as much. The rubber seems kind of harder as well. And then the actual twisting action, it seems to have more resistance. Like it's not machined with the right tolerances. It seems to bind up just even freehanding this with like light resistance. And then you don't have much leverage with this little thumb wheel. So yeah, not a fan. I understand why this was being sold used. The Magic Arm's okay. It's fine. Works for a phone. But I bought it because of this phone mount, which is adjustable, has nice rubber lining, is thick enough for a phone with a case, and it has, I believe, the ARIA locating. It actually has 2 quarter-20s to the side, which kind of act as locating holes, and then a quarter-20 in the middle to lock it down. So the phone mount is really nice, and that's why I bought it. It was like $15 used, and I figured compared to the full price or the price of just a nice phone mount, it was worth it. And if this stuff came with it and it was any good, great. Turns out, kind of sucks. And I cannot easily, at least, detach this threaded portion from the super clamp to reuse the little Magic Arm. It's kind of like one piece. So this is in the bin, but eventually it'll get taken out of the rotation. So I don't think it's going to get used. All right, I think that's good close-up work. Hopefully you guys got a little bit better view. Oh, we do have one more thing. We got the handle. We could look at the handle in a minute. You'll see, you'll see. You'll see the handle again. Okay. So we've got the Fresnel. Let's keep looking at the Fresnel for a couple minutes because I brought the light down and we can try it out. What was that sound? Let me see if this is a wind. Okay, not at the moment. We can't look quite yet. Let me get a little water. Cheers. I don't know what happened to the camera. Droid cam. What? That's so confusing. It's never done that before. A layer that's off shouldn't show an image. I'm gonna black screen again, sorry. But I need to figure this out. This should not, oh, it's on. That was why. Okay, so I somehow went back to the app and I had to slide over the camera lenses. So, okay, we've got our little light here. All right, itty bitty Widow Amaran Ray 60C that we have modified so that the battery mount, the power brick mount, is on a side that is less annoying when we're trying to use modifiers. So let me throw this in a outlet. And we can use this little guy. So this awesome little light has a lot of output for its size, and it's also RGB. And reasonably priced for what it is. So super excited. They Amaran has come out with a like a lightweight range of modifiers for this, and I am going to look at some of those. I'll compare if the heavier duty ones will have more longevity or if they'll damage the lightweight lights. I'll kind of weigh the pros and cons there, but I would like to start investing in this modifier system because the way these go down. Is amazing. A little bit scary. But yeah, they pop out from the side, they click in, and you can just release them. Crazy cool. Even for storage, how flat they get, that's amazing. But we got the lightweight Fresnel to go with. And I have another Fresnel above me with an actual glass lens, a different beam angle and everything. Let me see what it says. If I can get some deets for y'all here. So this one is the SmallRig RAF150. It's a passively cooled unit. Like it has a fan, but no battery. So somehow pulls heat and turns it into fan. Maybe it's a piezoelectric system. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, it does actually have it's actively cooled with a passively powered thing. But the beam angle in this is from 40 degrees to 5. It goes less than 10. So you get a nice tight spot or a pretty wide throw. Pretty wide beam as well. And this has been lovely to use. It's just very heavy. And I wouldn't trust all the weight and all the glass and everything on this little guy, especially if I had this all rigged up on a light stand as well. So it made sense, especially for the price, to get the little bitty one. And my goodness, it is adorable. Let me, it's a little bit annoying. That's the downside of not having this on a mount, on a light stand. But it's metal. Took it like a champ. This mounts at like I expected the Amaran logo to line up at the top, and it doesn't. We'll leave this off for now. So I was gonna line it up. It doesn't need to be lined up. But yeah, this is a great little setup. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. Oh my god. Okay. So I guess I'll get Droid Cam up again, and we'll show you guys this perspective here. And I think to do this right, I am gonna need to stick this on an arm or something. So we'll just throw this little rig up. The SmallRig X Surrey adapted mount. And let's get the cameras open. And then maybe we'll just do the wide angle potentially. All right, this should connect. All right, so now you guys can see the beam angle and everything. We'll zoom out and we'll go under expose a touch. I think there's no, I'll have to dive into the settings here to adjust focus, so we'll quickly drop connection. That's annoying. Camera, nope. Remote power screen video, manual options. No, that's just output quality. No big deal there. Other, I feel like I've been through this a few times and I'm just dumb. We have a crop, we have a grid view. I don't need the grid alignment. It's focused now. We may just rock with that. It's focused now. Okay, this is our tightest beam angle, and this should be about 15 degrees. I'll bring this back to its widest, which should be 30. That is a 30-degree beam angle. And then taking this off is bare bulb. That is really versatile. And I think it's partly to do with the beam angle being kind of narrow to begin with. Maybe they don't have to build in as much to focus it. But that's excellent. It's obviously it's not as tight of an angle as would be with the big one. If I really had to have RGB and this, I could rig it up and I'd probably feel pretty happy with it. But this is, I'm really glad I got this. For such a lightweight, for now, really cool. And barn doors. My big one does not come with barn doors. It's incredible. Incredible. Let's try with the barn doors now, because that really, technically, lets you go past the narrowest beam angle of 15 degrees. So we've got this on now. We'll go as tight as we can. So we've got 15 degrees there, and then we'll push down the upper door, and you can start cutting quite a bit. And we'll push up the bottom door, again, cutting quite a bit, and then the sides can also push in as well. So you can really, you can help shape the light quite a lot and get just a tiny, tiny little hint of what it once was. But very cool. And then with these barn doors, we can lay them all flat. So let's hop out of Droid Cam. And that is that. Super cool. Love that. Okay. I need to take another brief break, and then we'll look at this last item, which is very exciting. We will be doing some camera rigging in a moment here. Just pack this away for the moment to kind of get it out of my way. Leave some pink light for you guys as I go BRB. We are back. Sorry for the delays. Just dealing with the kitty cat. All right, let's that's a cool idea. Okay, so we didn't unbox this giant super clamp. Let me take my text off. There we go. We didn't unbox this. This is for the Varipole system from Impact, but it's a giant version of what we looked at a second ago. I'm actually gonna stick this over on a light stand that's holding up this little bitty light, and oh, it's not gonna work the way I thought. I was gonna mount this like so, and then we'd have another light, but that won't work with that angle. We need something horizontal. But I do have these overhead lights, so I'm gonna mount this upside down on this overhead light. Need a longer shirt, don't I? Okay, that's super sturdy. And then I just flip this light upside down. And screw that on, and the baby pin has like the safety lip to it. And now we get to live demo a little bit of pink light. That's super cool. Okay, we would loosen that to turn. Loosen this to lower that. We would focus it, let's say, down, and then cut the light. I'll cut the light across so we have a little bit of a cool gradient. So this side's more pink, and then it kind of goes away. But anything here is gonna get a nice little kick. Kind of dope as hell. Okay, let's look at this last box. As my room fills with trash once again. The last box, the biggest box that we have, contains something actually really exciting. So B&H, which I'm a huge fan of their website and the service that they provide. They're just a camera store based in New York, but they ship online. You can buy stuff online. They have a good online store. Their organization, their format, their layout, the website is second to none. Plus, reasonable prices, great shipping, and good stock. So, super awesome. They also are big enough that they have a really good used selection. That's what a lot of this stuff has come from. I'll see something new and I'll look, and sometimes they also just have it in really good condition used, and it's a fair bit cheaper. Kind of a no-brainer. That's what happened this time. They were advertising a small rig, shoulder rig for new. It was on their deal zone situation, and I put it in my cart. I was like, oh, super cool, reasonably priced, whatever. And then I started looking at it, and I was like, okay, it's VESA, or not VESA, Arca Swiss compatible. That was kind of my criteria. And then I got to looking, and it's like, okay, maybe I should check used. And they had maybe not even the same unit, but very similar ones used for a little bit cheaper. I figured this is not a must-have. This is a just-in-case thing. If I ever were to do some proper shooting, I would really want a shoulder rig. I would absolutely want a shoulder rig. It wouldn't make sense to get an easy rig at this point, but having a shoulder rig does make sense. So we got a used Tilta shoulder rig. Yeah. And that is what we have here. So let's swap cameras. Sexy camera change. Yes. And this is what we are rocking. It's a Tilta lightweight shoulder rig. I think I'll get maybe a specific model number for you guys. I don't know, I've never used one. I don't expect to use one very much. So I don't know what makes a good one. And I did this purchase without research. Typically I do research the initial purchases, and then like similar products I do not. After that point, because I know enough to discern for myself. So this is all kind of new, uncharted territory for me. But this is exciting. I love a good case. And this one's nice. Love Tilta cases. The Tilta Nano, Nucleus Nano 2s, the wireless follow focus, has a really nice case that I never use. It's bigger than I need, for lack of a better term. But yeah, this is really nice. So this is the TA-LSR. So I think it's a lightweight shoulder rig. Nice zipper sound, damn. It does have a carrying handle at the top. The underside kind of has, it's the same hard case material, like the fabric over like a hard plastic. But it kind of has feet molded in, so that's cool. And ta-da! Have a loose base plate by the looks of it. And then we have a bunch of pockets with some different things, some extra storage pockets here, a divider with some soft felt on it, a couple of silica gel. I'm absolutely gonna leave that in there. Ooh. Oh my. This is strapped down in a couple spots. Good God, this is gorgeous. Really, really gorgeous finish on this aluminum. I wish it would reflect the pink light towards you guys. It's reflected, there it is. That looks gorgeous on this finish. So just kind of from the branding and different things I was looking at, some important things are being able to adjust basically the location of the weight versus being able to relocate the weight. So you'd have something rigged out the back. Is that movable? Is the camera movable? Can you get the camera over your shoulder to where your hands aren't supporting the weight of everything at the same time? So I'm expecting to find a few handy accessories in these pockets. Ooh, that's cool as fuck. What a nifty looking deal. So this is, this has a NATO rail clip here, and then a NATO rail down here, and then a bunch of 1/4-20 mounts. I don't know what component this goes to, where it's meant to be, or rig, but this is cool. Yeah. So much of this stuff is just really cool. Ooh. The back shoulder mount. That's what this is. So this mounts off the rear like so. I think we need to do a sexy camera change. There we go. So now this can catch on the back of your shoulder. So the rig, if you point down, has something to rest on. You're not just holding it with your hands as well. Sorry for the mic bump there. The shoulder pad seems very durable. Comfort, we'll find out. Durability, absolute. It has an outer layer to it. It's like a very dense foam, like approaching plastic, like a very weak, thin plastic with foam behind it. But it feels hard wearing. It's like an armrest for a chair, but plastic. not like a leather one. So it's like all one material. It's like over molded foam or something like that. It's very cool. It has a shape to it. So as it sits on your right shoulder, there's a thinner part for as your massive triangular traps. It accommodates that. So very cool. Okay, let's pull out everything we can that's relevant. We have some extra mounting bits. Looks like it may come with a couple cable ties that may mount somewhere very specifically. So something to hold cables in place. Comes with their little chip for anything with a slotted head, and a couple extra Allens, a couple with very long shoulders, and then a couple with short shoulders. So that's probably 4 plates. Those are typically on plates. And then one size Allen, I think that's a 5mm Allen. So I will tuck that back in there. We've got Allen keys in this rig box that I'm on top of at the moment. So let's build this thing up. So move the box, hard case out of the way, and let's dig into this. Very cool, very, very, very cool. So I'm assuming this is our top plate. I guess I could have looked at instructions, but I am a man, and me and instructions don't get along very well. I don't mind looking at instructions, but it's fun to learn about a thing on its own. So I see the cable ties. They seem like they're screwed in. Okay, they are screwed in. They are plastic. So they may break. So those are probably just spares, or gives you options of mounting on this other side. Wow. This is really impressive. I've never owned one of these. Never even looked at one. But this is really well made. Very, very high degree of finish. High quality. Replaceable pad. It's just Velcros in, and I can see, yeah, it's basically like an armrest material. Not mad at it. I think I would want durability here. Comfort, that could be, who knows if it would actually be uncomfortable. So line that back up. Get hooked in there decently. So I'm basically trying to look at everything that fits together and get a good idea of how this all adjusts and is meant to work. So those all slide together. The actual base plate, I think it would be considered, I believe is this component. And it is going to mount in optional positions along this main rail. It has an Arca-Swiss plate, and this is a nice release mechanism, actually. Let me bring up DroidCam, and we'll get an initial view of all this. So this plate is really cool. Let me zoom in a touch. So this is the lock mechanism for it. And it's just a pivot, and then you get your final release. Like, it should be able to move back and forth now. And then you'd have your last lock to fully release that. But that is really cool to see. I have not seen this kind of pivot before. It's usually a lot like these little thumb wheels. Like that. Let me try to zoom out here and give you guys a better idea of everything. So we have RA Rosette handles, Focus, please. I have got to figure that out. That seems to be working. So, adjustable handles, adjustable length, positioning on the handles, and adjustment up here so you can get your tilt. This was the plastic wire router with a little Phillips screw that goes through here. You can see the CRT going crazy with the variable frame rate here. We have a pivot here that adjusts the roll of the whole front mechanism here. This is kind of cheese plated. You're not meant to mount things to these holes, but I think they're meant to lose weight. So it's Drillium. There's a huge dovetail component. This might just be an Arca Swiss standard plate, but you have these preset positions where you can mount your base plate, which is what those screws are for. So we'll have to dig those back out. Your shoulder pad is very nice. It's curved, so this would be set up for your right shoulder, but I think you could just flop this around for your left. This material is good. It's kind of like an armrest. Foamy and spongy, but pretty firm, and kind of a harder exterior, so it'll take some wear and abuse. And then we have this rear shoulder plate, which is removable, and it connects very quickly with a nice set of NATO rail connections. Then at the back, we do have standardized rail mounts so that you can mount like a battery plate behind for counterweight. And then at the front, do we have anything? We do on the plate. We have a rail attachment. You could also attach your own base plate on top of this base plate, though you're gonna kind of get tall there. But if you wanted to compact your rig a little bit and just run like just needed one rail, you could do that with your follow focus. Obviously, if this was shoulder rigged, I probably wouldn't have a I guess a teleprompter, but you could have a matte box, so maybe you would rig it a little bit differently. Maybe that's what some people look for on things like this. But yeah, really, really impressive quality. Really stoked for the price that this was used, what I could get. So yeah, we'll have to fully test this out and rig it up. So why don't we do that? We'll get our screws back out and we'll kind of just start throwing this together in a way that goes together. Seems to make sense. And carry on. We may not fully rig this out to like a fully functioning rig. Oh, and you can mount Arca Swiss. Okay, so they have a different standard. It's wider. Oh, this might be the Manfrotto compatible size. So one direction on this base plate is Manfrotto, and then the other is going to be Arca Swiss, and that's perfect. I think my rig is going to slide right into the Arca Swiss side. And that will face that way. So let's take out this base portion. Nice. And set that to the side, and let's get this figured out. How are we going to mount this? Oh, that might actually be the two screws that are already in there. So you might have the option of either hard mounting in certain set positions or having a little bit of adjustment with these two. So we'll do just kind of a middle setting here with the adjustable ones. Got one screw started. I can flip this upside down now. And throw that second screw in there. And then they have their little tightening chip, which I'll grab out, snug down. Okay. Very tight, very snug. I appreciate that. All of the thumb-driven tightening mechanisms are ratcheting. Love it. All right, let's call that adjusted. Actually, do we want this further out? I could see the ratchet being absolutely necessary for this front part, especially considering the shoulder pad almost gets in the way there in a couple spots. So I'm gonna set this kind of in a medium, and we'll start adjusting these arms. With the rosettes, anything with teeth that lock in, I always adjust them under the as loose as I can get it. I don't want any tension applied and have it slip and shear those teeth, like the tops of the teeth. So that feels pretty good. Not as much extension as I expected, but I don't know what you really need. It's measured in centimeters, goes about 4 centimeters, 40 millimeters of extension. I'll adjust this outside now to the same angle. Rosettes were made for this. This is the first time I've owned things with rosette mounts. I always looked at some of the rigs that they have, and they're always so freaking expensive. So yeah, you can customize the ergonomics, the angles. This is incredibly light. My God. I will extend this some more. Doesn't quite feel right. So this is nearly fully extended. And that feels a lot better. Definitely. Definitely. Okay, so we're not gonna use the base plate. We're gonna use our own because I think we can. So let me grab my camera, and I'm gonna do my best to try and not step on these packing air pockets and having a minor explosion in this room. So let me grab my camera. Camera. So this is the Panasonic S52X with a tilt-a-half cage. Does it slide? Oh my God. It does. Oh, it's perfect. It's like they were made for each other. So they literally were. And I never thought it would be like this. Oh my gosh. I feel so official. I feel like a reporter. Reporter's cameraman. This is cool. I keep feeling like, oh, that makes sense. This can be adjusted a lot as well. And it can be slid left to right. So you can align it for your body. Very cool. So, let me turn. That is kind of the side view. So I guess the theory would be, with the EVF we have, you'd mount the EVF off to the side. So you would just peek in. You could also have a monitor mounted up front for focus and such. And then to focus, you'd either use autofocus or manual focus. And that is where this other handle comes in, that was one of the first things we looked at. I got this because we have the Tilta follow focus. And I want it to be rigged by my hand so I can control it. And the only way I could think of was kind of a cheese plate handle that I would then mount a NATO rail to, which we should have one somewhere. We do. Rigged up with a couple things. Do we have another one? We do. Another one. So we'll just throw that there. Leave that there for the moment. We will come back to this drawer to grab screws. And our follow focus is in the top. Yes. Okay. So there's that. And we will just mount the screws now. So let's look at the handle position with this rigged up. They do sell a handle for the Tilta. I don't think it actually has a, for the follow focus. I don't think it has a rosette mount. So it's not really meant to be mounted. It's meant for to be a handle to go with this control wheel. And so it wouldn't really help me. I think if we mount it off the front and control it almost like we had the barrel of the lens, and then you could adjust the sensitivity as needed. Like if you had a lot less control, and you needed to do long throws, you could do that. Or we could potentially mount it off the side and you would kind of hold it out to the side. Time will tell what actually makes sense, but I think we would just rig up off the front, and let's plan on that. Like so. And I got my little screws, and we'll solve with an Allen in a second here. Let me see if this one works. That looks like a 4. Yep. So I'm just gonna place this near the top holes. And we'll grab that second style screw. Very nice. That lines up with one of our other spots quite nicely. Straighten that all up and we'll snug it down. Lovely. So that's tight now, and now we can just throw the follow focus on, which has a really nice release mechanism. And then we'll adjust this back kind of close to what it was. And now we have, oh, that's gonna freaking work. I could lower that slightly, and then I could hold the handle and control that. It's gonna be just like the lens. Yeah, I could get a lot of control there. And it's not a very heavy rig, so I'm really freaking excited. This is, you don't bring this to your family gathering to shoot a little bit, but if it applies to anything that I ever do, this is gonna be absolutely amazing. It's gonna be so much fun to set this up and just like go to the park, go to like the flower garden or something and just like get that amazing focus. Wow, quite the deal. I don't know if I'm just like buying credibility at this point. That's kind of like what matte boxes are, I hear. you can charge more if your camera has a matte box because it looks a lot bigger, even if you're using like a hybrid camera that doesn't look as big. Kind of what it feels like, just buying officialness. But I did good here. I did good. I found the used small rig cheese plate handle to mount our follow focus. I think that's going to be absolutely amazing on this setup. Wow. Really cool. Really cool. Super excited about this. Okay, we have a little bit more work to do with the laser engraver, but I've been streaming for a 6 hours, and it's time for some food. So we're gonna take a food break, then I'll be back. We're gonna finish that project up because we're really, really close. And then we'll be done. But I think I'll leave you guys with a sexy camera. Sexy camera. Why not? Oops. Yes. Very nice. So yeah, we'll leave a live view here. I'll throw up some text to indicate that we are away, and we'll be taking 15 to 20 minutes here, and then I will be back. And yeah, I guess we're switching this back to lasering. And we'll do end. Alrighty, everybody. I will catch you guys back in a little bit here. Thanks for sticking around. It is so wonderfully warm in here now. That is a huge change from earlier today because it was very cold, very cold. Have I not been properly looking on my brother? Okay, they are paused. They have an hour and a half left. So I want to get my stuff finished up. They've been going for nearly 5 hours. Yeah. Cool, so we have stuff to finish. Doop. All right, so we have a laser project. We have built up this rig, which was super exciting. And I think what we'll do is just leave it here in the background. It looks cool. Am I right? Or am I right? So we'll leave that all up so we can get on to the good stuff. I'll leave that. Don't know. That's cool though. We have shadows of a different color because we have fill light. Weird. That light looks green. Neat. Anyway, how how do I want to rig this? I wouldn't hate light on the back here. So let's just point our spot back where it needs to be. Dial up the brightness. There we go. And make it a little more pinpoint. That should be good. And then we will reposition this light. Yes. Yes. Oh, that works so freaking good, dude. Like so. And point this down. And widen the beam a bit, and we'll let that come over, cut that a touch. Just catch the edge. And I don't know if we're in the intensity mode. Let's see the screen. You can actually flip the screen, I believe. So we're in saturation, hue, intensity. Let's dial that back a bit and dial this down as well. Really interesting shadows over here, actually. I'm gonna take a photo of this. That looks cool as fuck. Let's see. Wide angle. Yeah. But yeah, it's these shadows that I think are super fascinating, how we have multicolor shadows. But let me double check that we're all good. We got a new person to lurk on. So we will tab them up and get right back into it. And we have a puppy. Cheers, everybody. Okay. We'll leave the laser off, I guess. I don't know. We'll leave it off. We'll leave it off. We don't need it right now. We're still doing a little bit of work. I think I just take the headphones off. I don't really need them at the moment, so we'll just take those off. And carry on. Okay, so we are going to stutter around a whole lot. Good grief. Let me shift this. That's dope. Cool. Okay. We are getting back into the project that we had going for the last while. Let me just quickly drop in on offerings. Always gotta lurk up if I can. Mutual respect. Alrighty. So we're gonna get back into the laser project now, and that is gonna be great. I'm gonna set this to noise canceling. Apologies for the sound. Yeah, I think green is noise canceling. So that should have an effect once the laser starts up. And we're gonna bring up our screen here. And why don't we also, because it was going well, just bring back this. And I left my remote back here. So let's go over a little bit like that, and let's continue on here. Okay, so we are working on this. That is going to be a time zone chart for specific regions where some of my friends live that are streamers, and I want to be able to reference a chart easily that converts the time, so I have a concept of these crazy times and hours that people keep. So that's what's below. This was all just a prototype, but we have been designing it over here, and it's been going swimmingly. It's been going incredibly well. So what we've been doing most recently is we've been adding in cross-hatching to land masses on this, just a visual styling. So let's carry on. I think Brazil has not been marked on the top side. I had thought it was, so let's do that. So I'm just clicking on the insides of the borders, adding node points. We'll have to do this one both sides there, a couple spots even. And the spots between we delete. And then we need to follow these out and see if they intersect with any other land masses. So this one does not, select delete. This one does not, select delete. Still good there. This one doesn't connect there, but it does come across here. But now we can delete that section. Here it does a couple spots, but we can delete that side. And we can delete this middle side. So that looks good. This is all manual. I couldn't fathom a way to mask this, but that would be the easy way. I just don't have closed shapes here. So all these land masses, they're an actual open shape, because you're just drawing the border between the two. Because this was like a pencil drawing, let's say, that got traced. So you're not tracing solid shapes in this case, which makes it fairly difficult. But that's okay. I'm happy to invest a little bit of elbow grease to get a cool effect like this. And I'm so excited to share this with everybody when it's done. Why don't we do Russia real quick? Top end of these places. Don't know my geography amazingly well, so forgive me if your country is up here and I'm lumping it in with other ones that are bigger and easier to remember. This is a little bit tedious, not gonna lie, but it is a lot easier without goggles on, laser goggles. The first 3-4 hours of working on this, I had laser goggles. And I talked about it too. I was like, this is silly. It's hard to differentiate colors and everything else, but no problem. We carry on, we carry on. Okay, a whole bunch here can get removed, it looks like. This is not worth saving, but we're going to. So those are good, that's good. It's gonna come all the way back to down here. So I can delete that side. And this one is deleted in entirety. Same there. This one crosses here. That one goes. That one. Ooh, we don't want to delete all that. That one goes. And now we're back here. Good. Just trim the tops. You could make this work. You could make closed shapes, trace those, make a pattern, mask this. But this seemed doable when I started it. Ever the optimistic brain. Okay, Australia is nearly finished. I should reference these by continents because there's more than just Australia down here. Tasmania, I found earlier. It's like, holy crap, I had no idea. That one's good down there. So that's going to cross now. I think we'll be good here to get rid of this side. But now we're going to be working with South Africa. So let's trim the bottom. Oops. Looking good. And I think we're good to cut these anyway because we should have had them trimmed back at Brazil area. I forget the continent. Oh, South America is the continent. Idiot. Okay, so let's check in here. Kind of watch both sides as we do this. I can really zone out doing this. This is kind of satisfying to me. It'll look good as a really sped up video. I'll look so productive. Oops. And I gotta say, this software has been very intuitive today. I've really been clicking with it. I'm really excited to keep working with this software. Yeah, it is well designed. There's a lot of good features here that are helping me, saving me a lot of effort and really just helping me intuit what needs doing. Okay. Staring at all these lines. Little squiggly lines. Am I doing this part right? So this would be a landmass. I didn't do that right. This is the landmass. Correct. That goes away and that goes away. Because that's a little island. This is part of the landmass. I believe. At least the way it's drawn. Would be good to make like a contrasting setup here. So I could tell. Yeah, if I had the original image scaled in the background, that would certainly do it. At the moment, we're just working with lines. It can be a little bit hard to tell. Back here. That looks good there. Back here. Here. Okay, we've got all this coast. Here. The quality assurance step of this part is straining my brain. I can see the patterns where it's lost, but it takes a really precise view to make sure this is all right. Done. Control S. Save that shit. Okay, so now we have this layer, which is set to a tool layer. So we're gonna select it all. I think we need to leave this mode. So we'll select it all. actually we'll hide that. Select all of this. And then we're gonna move this to layer 18. And we'll paste over our settings from earlier, just so that we've got this set. Okay, we're gonna toggle all the layers on. We're gonna toggle off the image. And now we're gonna start looking really closely at this. This is like kind of our final few passes before we actually try to engrave this. This looks really cool with the red. Okay, we have a tool layer that we can turn off. This has not been moved to that same tool layer. So we're gonna select this middle bit and move it over. Middle bit, move it over. This looks really cool. This is cool. I'm impressed with myself. I've never really done something like this before, and I'm really happy with how this has turned out. This is very, very exciting to me. I think what we do is we select all of this, then we copy it and find ourselves a new layer. 4 has not been taken. No. Undo that. We selected everything. We're going to Control D to duplicate. Then we're going to select a new layer. Now we should be able to unselect everything else. We're also going to turn off all the outputs. Now we have one layer left, and this layer, if we deselect everything, should have all of our elements. And when we go to our preview, we're duplicated on the same layer and likely not intended. So if I turn, what does that mean? It could be any of these. Hey, Han, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're back to the laser. We unboxed and set up a, just bring this across. Whoop. Shoulder rig. Back. Damn it. Come on. There you go. From a camera. That was one of the things we were looking at earlier. Took a couple breaks there. But yeah, really excited about this. Not going to be using it very often, for sure. But it's cool. As so many of my purchases seem to end up being. So this error, talking about duplicates, have I somehow copied over something that I wasn't meant to? Do I have like a duplicate layer anywhere? That would be extremely frustrating. It'd probably be in the text. Like, no. I wish, maybe there's a way to see that. Because what it means is the laser will pass over something twice instead of once because it's doubled up, I think. So we're going to preview. 103 shapes were duplicated on the same layer and likely not intended. Show me. Let's drag this. Aha! Which? We found it. I'm gonna delete, because we've already duplicated this. So I'm gonna delete that. And now we still have our borders and everything. Yeah, I did do that. I did do that. What was I planning to do with that? I don't remember. Oh, it was going to be a stencil. Yeah, and then I forgot. Yes. Oh, fuck. Sorry. This looks so fucking cool, guys. I love the chalkboard effect of this. But oh my gosh, this is incredible. So this is set to line. We're gonna set this. Okay, and we'll set this to fill. Show me. What are you talking about? Set to fill, but weren't closed. These have been removed as they cause. Okay. So I will select these, and we will just move them to another layer. So 5 is occupied, 3 is on. Why do I have to pick this one? Damn it. So we're on layer 4. Let's go to 12. 12 is visually similar to 4. And we'll leave that at line. I'm gonna just paste my settings to both of these. So now, previewing these two. Show me. What are you talking about? Show me. Yes, I understand that is... Oh, I never set it to line. There we go. So what is this? Why are we missing that? It's gorgeous. This is gorgeous, but... And it probably doesn't make much of a difference, but I would like it to be filled. If it's doubled up, I would want it filled. Let me enable showing traverse movements. So that is a move. That is not gonna get filled. The time has gone way down. We were about 17 minutes before, and now we're closer to 10. Oh, almost closer to 9, really. How do we get this to understand that I want... I think it's the fill settings. How can we tell it to actually fill? Flood fill? I don't remember exactly what that does. No, it's not fixing it, but I do recall some info saying that is a huge speed boost. But I'm gonna say fill. We'll do fill shapes individually. We'll just try that. We may enable some other things. We do have some ads coming in about 5 minutes. So we have run into a problem, but we maybe can fix it. How? I think we could maybe pull back and separate some layers. So right now, having everything brought down to one layer has caused some overlapping issues. And I want this layer to absolutely be on top, but without making a Boolean. I think we're we're much better to hit a spot twice than we are to skip a spot entirely. Because once something's already lightened, it won't get that much lighter, but complete contrast from lightest to dark is going to be a problem. So we'll pull this layer. Which layer is this? I'll hide these two. Which layer is this? It's 5. Can I rename 5 to call it timelines? The settings are correct. We'll do fill shapes individually. I think that kind of makes sense. We'll hit OK. So if we go back here now, select that layer. We'll delete that layer, but we'll bring it back because we're going, undo that. Hide that layer, select that layer, delete it, and then bring back that. Now it's slightly different color. Okay, let's see what this does. It's not set to output. Whoopsie. Output. Let's come up here. And now it overlaps. So it overlaps, we're doubling up, but that might be okay. That might be okay. I'm going to do a quick Google. It's a lot of search terms here. Bottom right of the laser window. Optimization settings. Remove overlapping lines. And then there's a distance threshold. Wait for it. Didn't do shit. So let's play with this. Let's play with this. 0.025. Let's increase this to 0.2 millimeters. We'll hit OK and see if this has changed anything. No. Not one bit. That's not seeming to work. So I'm going to turn that back down a decent bit and turn it off. Let's roll with this and see how it goes. I'm hoping this is just fine. To cut this out, I'm going to duplicate this inner square. I'm going to hold Control to scale from the middle, and I'm going to drag this out about yay much. We'll drag it up, visually align it. Then we're going to drag the bottom until it's roughly the same, and then it's going to get moved to another layer that will be set to line. This will run last because it's one of our lowest layers. I'm going to name it cuts, and we're going to keep the speed really low. I'm going to set the Q pulse super low. We'll say 20 kilohertz, way down to 1. And we're going to say number of passes 4. So we have tons of cutting, and that should run last. This layer, okay, and I think it makes sense to have everything else just maybe the text needs to go slower. We should probably just run it. I'm guessing at so many things. Let's go for gold. We'll hope it works. That would be incredible if it did, but we're gonna get a fresh bit of paper. Let me get the goggles on. We'll get the engraver toggled on. So all the fans. Let's enable that. Let the laser start warming up. And if I can see over here without running into everything, we're gonna sneak some paper. A bunch of paper, because that's all I have patience for. Oh, I had paper up top. Blocking. I don't think I'm blocking events. So there is our fresh sheet. Let me measure this. Why not? Did I write down the... I'm going to cover the lens. So I'm going to take my glasses off. And I want to see where I wrote down the focal distance, because I tested and tested and tested. We might leave it be, or I mean, it's still warming up, right? No, it's ready. Ha. Okay, we'll roll with it. It seemed pretty good. We can always optimize this later. So now we go into framing mode. Let me bring us out of the software view. I'm getting really excited here. So we're going to turn Logi on, turn that off, and let's point down. And I'm going to toggle the settings here. I think we can actually bring this back to not auto, damn. We can do that though. That should be reasonable. I need a little bit of water. I almost forgot that we need to put the fan back in the window. So I'm just gonna step off here and let all the nice heat out that we built up from the lights. Okay. And just kind of seal that up, I guess, the best that I can. Okay. We're getting so close. This has been hours of work. Let me get the appropriate camera views. We're gonna swing over second cam, but first perspective, and zoom in. All right, a couple angles. Cool. Okay, now we frame. Oh, I'm getting very excited here. So the top is good. That's going to be a good size card, actually. I'd like to leave something heavy across the paper. It will lift up. I do have magnets. This is aluminum though, so I'm kind of a dummy for saying that. It's a heavy magnet. Okay? That's what it's here for. Oh my goodness. There is a gigantic raid. You guys have come in at the perfect time. Thank you so much, Dana. That's incredible. Let me actually... We're not looking at my face. We are just looking at that. Hello, everyone.
I'm Five Worth. You've seen me in Dana's chat a fair bit. I make things, and I do play some games, but my goal is to make things. Let me set this up. We've been really looking in at some different things. I will do my best to catch up with chat just in a moment. Yeah, the laser's on, hence the noise. So yeah, the glasses stay on, but I look super cool with these, don't I? But welcome in, everybody. Why don't I say some hellos briefly here? Viridian, welcome. Yasmin, Thunder, Roosh, Mondor, Fancy. Oh my gosh, everybody. We have Pan and Bleezy, Sweezus, Swezus, Spookia, Jaro, Sunny, Yo-Yo, One Happy V Chatter, Dana. Oh my goodness, everybody. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. And thank you, Dana, for sending everybody my way. This is incredible. Bleezy, Dragon Sheep. So we are making Dozy. Hello. All right. Bolt Paper, welcome in. Looking for any new names. Okay, yeah. So what we're making, I've put my prototype somewhere. We were just about to do the thing. So this is perfect timing, honestly, because you guys will get to see the final result. I have been making this. This was a prototype that I came up with, how long have we been up? About 6 hours ago. So this is going to be a time zone converter for myself. So I'm off in this direction down here, but I have friends in UK, South Africa, and Australia. So I don't want just a generic time zone map because it would be really hard to see. So I'm making my own. And then at the bottom, this is all filler at the moment, but it'll be my time versus everybody else's time. So I can literally just look at this and figure out my different time zones for all my friends. Oh, Dana, go eat. Yes, absolutely. You have to eat some food though, so you'd be looking. Thank you so much for the lurk. Friend in Canada, I got you, but I think we're probably just about in the same time zone, just a couple hours. So I have designed this. This is like my first actual dope design. I'll bring it up for you guys and show you. If I can get my camera to thing. There it is. So I've styled this to kind of look like a 60s TV. Why is it doing this? Hang on. What have we done? We've done something. Anyway, we'll figure that out in a moment, which will be incredibly important. Oh, that's what we did. That's what we did. Okay, which layer is this? This outer layer. No, that's line. Hang on. Is it this? That should be... Oh, crap. That's what we did. We didn't actually duplicate a certain layer. So we're gonna have to undo some things, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. I think we have to do that now, unfortunately. So we'll duplicate it, and then we will scroll down. Do I have yearners in chat? Let's see. Let me scroll up. My goodness. Thank you, everybody, for chatting. This is amazing. I'm glad you guys like to look at this. Yeah, this is a bad showing at the moment. Do I have... I see. You just comment the most spicy things, Dozy Laz. I see. Do I have yearners in chat? You may need to elaborate for me on the yearners part. Movie Night Butter says, I've noticed that there aren't a lot of people named Lance these days. It's interesting because back in medieval times... Do I give a rating? That's not my thing. I think Dana would rate that as probably a 6.5 out of 10. Quite decent, but not top of the line. Okay, so what I've accidentally done is I duplicated a layer earlier because it was centered with everything else, and then I expanded that. The problem is I have since done a lot of other things, and I might have messed with it. It's like an army of trolls for every yearner or gooner. This chat... Okay. We're gonna skip that 7 comment. You see what I mean, but then you also want me to elaborate. Shake my head. Okay. I get you now. So I've been streaming 7 hours. How dare you? Don't do it. Yeah, 7.25 hours. This started, I got an early start, and it was gonna be, we're gonna unbox 3 boxes, which we did. We looked at Theith. All right, Viridian. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. I will enjoy the rest and enjoy dinner. So I'm a big camera nerd, and I like filming things. I do a lot of YouTube stuff. It's still building up at the moment, but this is a shoulder rig that I can't show you guys entirely until I bring this crop back. Yeah, we opened this not too long ago. It goes on your shoulder. We rigged up a separate handle for wireless follow focus here, so we'll be able to control the lens, and then I have some stuff to go with it. But yeah, that's what's in the background. And then we also got a light fixture for a light that's off frame that focuses the light. It's not very heavy, Yasminj. It's one of their lightweight ones. It's all aluminum, and I call it Drillium, which is a term from the bicycling world that I used to be a big part of. But this center column has holes drilled at it at a bunch of different angles, and it's purely for weight savings, and nothing else. But yeah, that's a lot of what we do here is look at camera gear. I've been working on a webcam review where I bought a whole bunch of expensive ones and compared them. Yeah, big on the trying to grow on the YouTube side. Slow going, but it's an absolute blast. I do a lot of video editing. I try to edit for friends and things like that as well. But yeah, we make stuff in this room, which is so much fun. So eventually I'll probably be reaching out to some friends, streamer friends, and trying to do some different projects for them as I get a lot of this stuff figured out, and then I will stream the process as well so people can learn how to do it. Yasmin says, that's so interesting and it looks so sturdy. It is super sturdy. Yeah, I would absolutely trust even a heavier camera on it. I don't think the weight is anything to worry about. I feel like you could even carry me. I can carry a decent amount of weight, and we'll leave it there. Slow and steady wins a race, sir. Super true, Roosh. On the topic of time zones, it's almost 12 a.m. here. Got to sleep. Good luck and have a good stream. Thank you so much, Swezus. Have an absolutely great race. Absolutely, Yasminj. Feel free to whisper. I think that will work perfectly well. And then Yasminj, absolutely. You guys enjoy your rest. If I hadn't been 100% scuffed the moment you guys dropped in, the laser thing would have been happening already, and it would be very exciting. But I need to change the shape properties on this particular shape. And why isn't it working? So we may go with it and then adapt it later. I should be able to adjust the shape. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do the old Control Z until my thing is fixed. Oh, that's... We're gonna do it. I'm committing. Okay, we're back. So we have our inner box that is squared off. And a question from Dozy Laz. So what is your content generally about, and what do you usually do most of the time? So the content, it would be easier if I named the channel after myself, because it is quite varied. But it falls into the realm of making things and fixing things and then showing how to do those different processes. I have a lot of channels that I've started that kind of vary towards my different interests, between gaming, strictly DIY, or more like kind of entertainment stuff. But I trying to make it all work. But this room has been a long-term project of mine, in the sense that it is a project room, and I just need a space to be able to make things. So I have a 3D printer, multiple laser engravers. I'm into woodworking, metalworking. I like making things. So it's going to be making things, sharing the process. But I think the easier way to say it is some of the things that I do want to make. One is a stained glass terrarium that may or may not have some degree of like environmental controls, so that you can grow different plants. Grow lights, a variety of lamps. I like the idea of hammering brass into kind of organic shapes like leaves, and then soldering those onto stems, and then running wires through that. I think that would be really cool. And then small electronics projects as well. So that it's a confusing thing. It's taken me years to come up with some branding, but yeah, this is where we stand at the moment. On the cusp of getting this finished, but unfortunately I did not Control D properly. So now we have, and I've forgotten which layers I had where, but the goal was take this centered rectangle that we have here, and then I can hold Control and drag it out so it scales it from the middle until I have a border on the edges that I like. Drag up to the top to visually line that up, and then I can drag it down until that looks approximately the same, which we have done. Now, with this outer part selected, I have to find a new layer. So we've moved that to a new layer, and we have to tune the settings. We're gonna go much slower. We'll go 50 millimeters a second. We're gonna set our frequency way lower and our Q pulse way lower. Basically, we're tuning the laser to cut at this point. This is gonna be our final pass, and we want it to cut the whole thing out at the very end. So we've set that. We got that done. But the problem is, I had some duplicate layers in here, and I don't know where they are, because we controlled Z out of the way. How does the time zone thing supposed to work? Thank you, Knifey, for the shout out for the stream elements that I do not have set up, which is intentional, by the way. I'm a hardware nerd, not a software nerd. I figure my way out through software, but I love fixing physical problems. Like if I can equip something like a camera to work better in a situation, I will absolutely do that before I ever touch software. Like I'll set up a green screen before I'd set up like the NVIDIA cutout thing. I don't even know what it's called. That's just me. It's easier for me. It's what I'm familiar with. But absolutely, thank you, Knifey. So I'll show you the time zone thing in just a moment, Dozy Lass, because I'm trying to isolate. Why did that work? Okay, I'll show you right now. So what we have is like it's kind of meant to look like a TV, like a CRT, which I do actually have one. This will be kind of cool for you guys. Nostalgic. So there is an app called DroidCam, if any of you guys stream, and you can have your phone be a camera, a wireless camera. So the refresh rate is desynced, but yeah, I have a CRT that I bought, and it sits on, don't look the mess, a retro themed PC case. We did some streams building that. It's a modern PC in a retro themed case. This is the Silverstone FPL01 or FPL1, but Silverstone has a line of PC cases. But yeah, we have a CRT on atop a retro themed case, and it's a cool vibe. It's fun. I figured, why not? Boom whispered, okay, check out this. And when you're free, I hope you get to enjoy. Awesome. Super excited. Thank you, Yasmin, for sending that. Fine. Do not worry about. Do not worry. One of the guys I mentioned to you has a redeem called Tidy My Desk. I'm used to the engineering guys setup. Well, okay. That does help. Thank you. But yeah, if you guys stream at all, or if you need a webcam in kind of a pinch, really, if you have a spare phone, or you can use your phone separately, like when you're streaming, there is an app called DroidCam. There's a free version that'll let you test out the software, but it has a watermark. You can also, I think it's $15, pay for the full version, and get 1080p to, I don't know if it's 60p, but you can get an absolutely impressive webcam out of your phone's camera, and it's wireless. I'm working on a comparison video comparing my cheap budget phone to like I mean, if you include the big camera, it's thousands of dollars worth of camera gear, but the phone held up incredibly well. So am I someone that likes retro futuristic style? I love mid-century modern designs, so I would say yes. Okay, so here's the design. I think you're picking up on the mid-century modern aesthetic right now, Dozy Lass. But what we're going for is a world map with the time zone regions highlighted for the specific places that I frequently have to mentally compute. So at the bottom here, we have them listed out. Corn Country is the homeland. This is where I'm from. And then we have the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Melbourne. And I absolutely hope I haven't misspelled any of that, because I've like triple checked it, because that would be so funny. So we've also lined this up where obviously UK is inside of Greenwich Mean Time 0, so it's the origin. And then we have South Africa, where another friend streams from. That is +2. We have Melbourne, Australia, which is +11. I am -6. So it's nice to have those numbers to begin with, because I can just like, okay, I know the UK is 6+, easy to compute. South Africa, it's an additional 2, so it's +8. But I made it even easier for myself. Down here, in 24-hour time, based on UK, I have figured everything out. So if it's currently 6 p.m., which would be 1800, so we're right at the top. That means in the United Kingdom, it is midnight. South Africa, it's 2 a.m. And Melbourne, it is 11 p.m. So this is the conversion chart that we are about to run. And I think we're actually getting really close. I had some duplicate layer issues earlier, and we may have solved those. So what I have to do now is toggle my layers, which I will say is incredibly hard to see through these glasses. They basically give me color deficiency because it filters certain wavelengths, but it's entirely necessary so that I can have eyeballs that function. I think we're good, guys. I think we can do this. YOLO, right? I think we're set up. So I can hit a button off to the right here, which frames the project. And then if we... let's close the screen. And we'll bring this back. Whoops. So many applications. Okay. So I have it set to frame, and I can use this clear acrylic, not clear, this self-illuminating acrylic to view the ultraviolet light. So as I place it there, the frame rates don't sync up, so you don't quite see it, but it's vaguely a box. It's being traced out. And I just make sure that the boundary layer is within the paper that I've placed there. I've already set the focus pretty close. We did some testing on that earlier. So I can click start and it will run, but why don't I give you guys the additional perspective with a sexy camera move? Yes, there we go. And we're gonna hit start. This is 5-6 hours in the making. Go. Holy shit. This is working. Okay, that's looking really good so far. There may be some tuning to do. Let me turn my vent on. Sorry for more noise, but I need to breathe. Unfortunately, it also makes it incredibly cold in here because it displaces the warm air, and then cold air has to replace it. But I will catch up on chat here from Dozilaz. The sketch is, yes, it does give a 1950s futuristic version. Yeah, it's basically mid-century modern. It's an aesthetic I like. I built a dining table. Maybe I have a photo accessible that I can share with you guys. I'll try to find that. But I kind of gave it the swoopy legs. Not me accidentally opening Droid Cam. But if I stay far enough away, I think we can safely play with this. Give you guys a little bit of a top-down view. Laser at work as it's sketching out the globe. Hello, Mari. You came from the recommended page. That's exciting. Welcome in. We're making some things. I do a bit of gaming as well. That is a big part of what I am working on or working towards. is I want to build a sim rig before too long and share the whole process and ideally make a version that is affordable that I can share to different people and it's not built for looks, but it'll be built for function. And then build like a nicer version that'll be my permanent setup. But I want to integrate a flight sim, a gaming desk, a racing sim driving cockpit, and then like a chill space. So I want to take the sim rig concept and expand the rig to fit all of those different ideas. And to do that, I have to get a lot better at making things. So we're starting with small projects, designing things. We'll be doing some 3D modeling, 3D printing, getting back into the swing of things, getting more productive, making better videos for YouTube. Streaming has been a new way of kind of sharing all this. But yeah, today we're just engraving. It's a fun project. I want to do some engraving projects for, oh, we're cutting. Oh my gosh, this is going really fast, guys. This is going incredibly quickly. You can probably hear that. The cutting is very loud. That is super cool. But yeah, I edit for one streamer. I try to help him increase his output, basically. He's probably who I'll raid to later. But I also want to collaborate with people and streamers, content creators, or just people in general. So this is kind of another step towards that process. Let's see if this cut out. I'm really nervous. Maybe it didn't. Because if it didn't cut out, you can't shift a lasered thing even one bit and expect to go in the same spot, but it did not. I don't think it actually cut. So what I'll do in the output settings, I'm going to toggle off everything but the cut layer. There we go. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to just set it to another kilohertz setting that I know definitely does work, and a medium. Oh, we should turn the pulse width up, actually. I think we did that the wrong way. So slow speed's still good, all of that, and we're gonna run 4 passes again. There it is. That's cutting. Look at all that smoke. Gosh dang. Like a chittering, like tinnitus. Tinnitus. I have tinnitus, both ears, unfortunately. Oh, we are fully cut. Holy crap. Let's stop. Okay. Moment of truth. Very, very excited about this. Watch this not come out. Okay, good. Look at this freaking thing. Put it up on a phone stand. It needs a pedestal. Oh. And look at it. Here. Let's get the fairy lights in the background. Now, if my camera would focus, this would be an amazing, amazing view for you guys. I'm going to attempt to make it focus. Camera control. Focus off of auto. And there. Manual focus has been set. Look at it. Why does it shake ever so slightly? This is so cool. This came out beautifully. Oh my gosh, I need to turn the, where's my lights? All my lights, I have so many lights. Oh, it's this light, okay. So I'm just gonna turn this Fresnel a little bit wider, and I think that might be enough, actually. I will one day have a better chair. So if we look closer, I set my focus closer. Look at this. Oh my goodness. This came out so crispy. Oh my God. I think the only thing to do differently here would be to make the edges slightly rounded. I think that would be the thing to do. But this is absolutely gorgeous. Wow. I'm gonna update this. And we're gonna set this output layer. I'm gonna tell it just 3 passes, but I'm gonna select this layer and we'll go to shape properties and we're gonna add a corner radius to this. Something like so. We'll go back to cuts and layers and I'm gonna toggle on the various other layers. And that will work better in the future. So we'll end up doing another one of these, absolutely. But this looks really cool. I'll share some photos of this to you guys on Dana's Discord. So look for it in the projects, not projects, Danatopia, arts and crafts is where I will share it. Which I love the arts and crafts section on any Discord. It's my favorite place. But let me check briefly. Yes, so thank you guys for joining in on the raid, coming through and checking out my little project room where I make things. We have a lot of projects coming up. So many, in fact, and I add so many every day that it's nearly impossible to keep up with. But you can find me at Better Done Right on YouTube, Fimorth on Twitch. Thank you guys for the like 10 follows that you have given me in the last 30 minutes. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. And yeah, I hang out on Twitch. I stream a lot of stuff. I'm trying to produce things live as much as I can so that people can drop in and ask questions about the process if they find that interesting. And then I'm going back and editing those and using that as frameworks for other videos, for bigger videos. So yeah, absolutely lots to come as I have time with work and everything. But thank you guys so much for joining. We're gonna raid out to buddy of mine, Kuroku Gaming. He has raided into Dana a couple times. That's actually how I met Dana's community, ended up absolutely staying and loving it. But yeah, he is doing his Valheim subathon, his weekly Valheim subathon, where he gets community members together and has an absolute blast, forgets to eat and dies and repeats. But we're gonna give him a lovely raid. You will see some favorite friends in there of mine, Stargazer, and let's see who else has been in chat. Crystal is a great member of the community, and we have a few new people in there as well. So yeah, Kuroku has been streaming for 10 plus years, on and off, but he's been taking it very seriously for the last year. He has featured in 2 videos by Dantic, who was formerly a very popular streamer, now has over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. Dantic is currently making setups, gaming setups, and room turnovers but he's expanding a little bit. He's really, really good at what he does. He and his girlfriend have a lot of editing experience, and it shows. Absolutely incredible videos. But yeah, Kuroku has benefited from featuring in a couple videos from Dantic, and that's actually how I found him and his community, and his support and knowledge giving has given me the courage to start streaming and to push forward with my content dreams as well and all of my projects. So absolutely gotta drop you guys with the OG, and I will get you guys over there in just a moment. Bring up my raid page. Click the buttons. I'm gonna hit start raid. If you all can join in the raid, I would absolutely love it. We just about double his viewers at the moment, which is fantastic. I will give it just a little bit extra than I normally do so we can get as many people as possible. And I don't have a raid message, and you guys just met me, but yeah, Kuroku, we will come see you in just a moment. Drop a big fat raid on you from Dana's community. This will be so much fun. See you, Yo-Yo. Thank you so much for dropping in and checking out the final project. That was wonderful that you guys got to see that. Okay, we're gonna raid out. Thank you guys so much, and I hope to see you guys again. Bye-bye.